Okay, now we are officially on record. Oh, guess what? It's exactly 12 p.m. my time. Here we go. So, first of all, my special thanks to everybody that joined this session, and especially those of colleagues of yours that arranged this. I'm really excited about this. And as you know, this session is dedicated to those of you who are graduated from Queen's University program and you want to know more about your immigration practice and what kind of activities you can do to enhance your business and hopefully grow your business. This is done in collaboration between Global School of Corporate Excellence and Parcel Immigration Services. I'm a part owner of both entities, just to be clear. Okay, how do we go with the next slide? Oh, here we go. So this session, as you know, it's 2 half days, and the first day would be today. We will focus on guidelines on consultation fees, a little bit about marketing and client acquisition strategies, client journey from the beginning to the end, partnership with recruiters and other professionals, freelancing for another company, and these are the questions that you ask. So remember, this is a highly customized session. So this is yours. Stop me, ask questions. If you have any comments, please share. It's not I don't know, a predefined kind of course that will follow strict agenda. So in case that you need information about anything, just to stop me and ask me your questions, okay? So hopefully tomorrow we will talk about client accounts and relationship management. And by the way, these are the questions that you ask me. So again, as I mentioned, you can ask more questions or we can spend less time on some of these areas. Co-counseling, how to approach and work with other RCICs, how to create a comprehensive service agreement, working with agents, pros and cons and considerations. And then eventually, hopefully tomorrow, we will end with best practices for RCICs. Obviously, we'll try to have best practices from the get-go, but maybe we will have a good wrap-up of everything tomorrow. Now, how many of you know Peter Mansbridge? Okay, Kate says yes. So hopefully some of you know him. Okay, so Peter Mansbridge used to be the most famous, I think, Canadian reporter and journalist. He was actually the host of the National and very famous. So we invited him for a fundraising. And when he was going to start, and he was the keynote speaker, but still, he requested to be introduced. And we asked why you want to be introduced. Everybody knows you here. And he said, and of course he came up with a story that once he was stopped by a police officer, and the police officer turns out to be his high school friend. And they get very excited. They talk about different things. And Peter tells him that I'm so excited that you are a police officer. Congratulations. And eventually the guy says, what about you? What are you doing today? So even his own classmate didn't know who he is. And he said, you know what? Everybody needs introduction. And that's why I put up this introduction here. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Al or Ali Reza Parsai. I hold a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, 2 master's degrees, one in psychology and the other one is in the law. And I'm also an RCIC IRB. I received my license in January 17, 2011. So I have seen three regulators, believe it or not. When I started off my business, the regulator was Canadian Society of Immigration Consultants, or CISIC. It was replaced in a few months with ICCRC, and ICCRC was replaced with CICC. So I've seen the three different regulators with three different approaches. So hopefully that will also help me to better understand how this business works. My business is called Parsa Immigration Services. We are, to the best of my knowledge, we are the only B corporation that is an immigration consulting firm in Canada. And for those of you who are not familiar with B Corps are those organizations that are in feel a responsibility towards the environment and others. It's not just for-profit organizations. It's a very difficult process to go through and receive this, but luckily we received it. There are three law firms, to the best of my knowledge, in Canada that they are also B corporations, but none of those are active in the field of immigration. We're located in downtown Toronto at Sheraton Centre, just opposite to Nathan Phillips Square. I also, as you know, I teach at Queen's University, and I also have been a teacher at Ashton College since October 2016. And I will talk about this teaching part because that's part of how I grew my business as an immigration consultant. I've had clients from so far 57 different countries, and the author of 88 Tips on Immigration to Canada, the author of many articles and blog posts about immigration to Canada. I've been interviewed by some media in the past, and I have been teaching CPD courses. If you have not attended my CPD courses, we deliver CPD sessions. They are free every second Thursday of every month at 12 p.m. EST. You can visit gsc.ca, and I post this on chat area. So if you visit gsc.ca/CPD, you can register. My next session is unfortunately sold out. We already have 650 registrations, and we cannot go beyond that. But for the future sessions, you can sign up. Okay, that's enough about me. Now, a little bit housekeeping. As I mentioned, this is a customized course. I don't have many slides. What I will try to do is to refer to many online sources and answer your questions. So most of this session and tomorrow's session will be dedicated to the questions that you have, rather than a linear kind of training session. You already have gone through this via Queen's University. They have shared a lot of resources with you in the past. And so I want to hear from you to see what is lacking and how I can help you, instead of I just imagine things and share with them. Again, because it's a customized course, I don't know when we want to have breaks. So I want your input. So it's a 4-hour session. So we probably can have, I don't know, 2 breaks. Is that okay? So maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3. What do you think?
2.
Okay,
2
2.
would be good.
Okay, so we stick with 2. When you get tired, just let me know. We'll have the first one. So roughly speaking, it will be around, so after probably 1 hour, 20 minutes or so, we'll have our first break. But if you want it sooner, or when we reach the break time, I forget, just remind me and then we'll have it. And if you get bored, ask questions and you won't get bored. But again, we won't keep track of who is attending this session. So if you get tired, you want to zone out, that's okay. You can turn off your camera, you can turn on your camera. It's up to you. So obviously it's not a CPD session. So whatever you want to do with this course, that's yours to choose. And we are all practitioners, believe it or not. This morning, and one of the reasons that I logged in only 3 minutes before the session is that I woke up this morning, and Saturdays are usually not busy days. And guess what? I had received 27 messages from IRCC. So I woke up to 27 messages. 24 of them were document requests. So imagine 24 document requests in one single day, and it was supposed to be a day off. So I was just working. I didn't manage to forward all those document requests to my clients. So after this session, I probably need to do that. And we will talk about a typical day of an immigration consultant as you grow. And I know that some of you are more active than the others, but at the end of the day, we'll talk about those as well. And while I'm going through the slides and answering your questions, I share facts and opinions with you. So remember that my opinions are my opinions. They are not necessarily correct. It could be absolutely wrong. So the reason that I always share this is because I want you to choose wisely. So if I say something and you object to that, or you don't believe in that, first of all, you can ask questions about it right away. Second of all, you can double check those things with other resources. So don't you think that I believe that my opinion is correct? It's no, I don't think so. Of course, if I refer to the immigration law or something that is solid, that's different. But generally speaking, when I share my opinion, it's based on um, my prejudices. It's based on my past experience, etc. Okay, so now let's talk about consultation fees. So how much you're going to charge? Well, first, let me tell you about a little bit of history. So we were at the time of CISIC, we approached CISIC and asked them to give us a list of fees for our services, and they refused to do that. Then we approached ICCRC, and they refused to do that. So far, CICC is busy with developing the very first document they have to develop for us. So it's been about a year for them. No, actually more than a year. Is it now 2 years, 1.5 years? So it's been like 1.5 years, and they're still struggling with finalizing guidelines about the our code of professional ethics. So I'm not sure when they will be a fully functional entity, but and obviously asking them about consultation fees probably is not going to be answered. So what I know is that during ICCRC era, they came up with this that your fees must be reasonable. But the question is, what is reasonable? We don't know. And I have, especially for me, because I have dealt with different regions in this world, I can tell you that the pricing completely depends on which region you are targeting. I give you an example. If you are targeting India, and let's say you ask $3,000 for a study permit application, people become furious because many of your colleagues are offering those services for free, and they just rely on the commission that they receive from the school. But if you go to, for example, Mexico and ask for $3,000, then they question your ability to represent them because they think that, oh, this is too cheap to trust this person. So you have to be very careful in terms of pricing based on the region that you are targeting. Another example would be a work permit. If you are targeting the Chinese region and you ask for $100,000 just for a work permit application, it's not out of normal. You'll be surprised to see that sometimes people are charging up to $150,000 just for a work permit. Now, keep that in mind. If somebody is charging 150 grand for a work permit, it's highly questionable. Their practices must be I don't know, audited by somebody. But at the end of the day, it is a possibility, and it is happening as we speak. And then for the same work permit, if you're targeting somebody from, let's say, Turkey, you will end up asking for $3,000. So how can you justify that? I mean, anywhere between $2,000, $3,000 to $150,000 for apparently the very same uh, kind of service. And that's why we never can come up with a clear answer to how much I have to charge for any of the services that I'm offering. Now, I will share my fees with you, so don't worry about it. I will give you some numbers, but at the end of the day, now, even for us, it's a constant review of the market. So what we do is that we literally call our competition and ask them about the fees. Okay, so we call them and say, "Hey, how much do you charge for this? How much do you charge for that?" Sometimes they are open and they share the information with us. Sometimes we hear from our clients or prospects how much our competition charges for a specific service. And then we try to adjust our fees based on our competition. So we in a business that you need to make sure that your pricing matches the market that you are targeting. So in other words, you need to look at the region that you are targeting, and you also need to look at the competition and how much they charge. And based on that, you need to sit somewhere in the range. So let me give you an example. So let's say for an LMIA application, let's say you are targeting a specific region. Now, in my case, I'm from Iran, so many of my clients are Iranian. So let's say I'm targeting an Iranian client. So the charges by my competition could range just for LMIA. So could range anywhere between $2,000. And by the way, I'm talking about a legitimate LMIA application. I'm not talking about charging people for finding jobs. So let's say they have an employer. That employer is willing to help them with the LMIA application, and you want to charge them for the processing of the LMI application, filling out the forms, posting the ads, those kind of things. So I'm not talking about finding jobs. So let's say the range is anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000 for this service. If I charge less than $2,000, then people think that I'm a newbie. I don't know my role, and I will probably screw up their application. So in other words, if you reduce your price, then instead of getting clients, you will lose clients. So being out of range below $2,000, then people will ask, can this person really help me with this application? So you have to be very careful with that. So you cannot go beyond, below the lowest of the range. Now, what if you charge more than 5 grand? If you charge more than 5 grand, you need to justify it. So you need to explain why you are charging more. I don't know. I will offer you a concierge service. There will be somebody 24/7 that at any time you can call and they will pick up the phone. Or I don't know, we have, we will take care of some of the expenses for you. For example, we pay for a paid advertisement on Workopolis, something like that. So you need to justify why on earth you are charging more than the range. Now, I remember a few years back, actually, I think it was in 2014, 2013 time. Um, there was this gentleman, and he is Iranian like me, that for whatever I was charging, he charged 2 or 3 times more. So if I charge for something like, let's say, $5,000, he charged $15,000, $10,000, sometimes even more than 15 grand. And when people asked him, Why are you charging so much? He said that the rest of people are like Kia, and I'm like a Mercedes Benz. But guess what? This gentleman eventually, ISCCRC found out that he was not offering any services to his clients. He was disciplined and he was revoked. But by the time that he was revoked, he had made millions of dollars and he managed to enter the construction business. So his I think decisions were not based on the quality of services. Decisions based was based on making more profit and exiting this profession as quickly as possible. So again, if you are within the range, so let's say for LMIA, if the region that you are targeting, your competition is charging between $2,000 to $5,000, as long as you are within that range, then you're okay. Nobody asks you any questions about price. Okay. And I know I have a couple of questions. So Masha, yeah, go ahead. You're on mute, by the way.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I want to explain my question. When you're talking about competition, and I'm talking about mostly local competition in that country,
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to look up, like for instance, like Eastern European countries, and they're talking about this and that. He gave me like 5 times less than your price.
Mm-hmm.
It was like in my previous job. So, and I tried to look them up. They do not look legit to me.
Mm-hmm.
Or a client brings up someone.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain it to a client, and how do you manage the pricing in this case? Like whether it's local pricing or it's just someone who grabs the money. Because, like for instance, with LMIA, I saw that they were saying it's LMIA, but basically it was something like in agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
It was temporary LMIA.
Mm-hmm.
So the client doesn't know that,
Mm-hmm.
but he can see $2,000 versus, let's say, 10.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage with that?
So it's that's a very good question. So it's more about client psychology. So believe it or not, one of the reasons that I got my Master of Psychology was partly because of this, because of how I could handle my clients and understand their feelings and try to manage them as much as possible. Because at the end of the day, this business is about dealing with people, and you need to understand where they are coming from, and then try to manage them as much as you can. Again, remember that you are competing with the rest of the population, and unfortunately, your main competition is not even legit immigration consultants. Your main competition are those people that they do not even hold licenses. You probably, I mean, all of you know Ayaz, and Ayaz is originally from Pakistan, and he traveled to Pakistan a few months ago, and I think it was last year, and he saw something interesting in Lahore. There is this immigration firm that they have a three-story building and more than 100 employees, and they are offering immigration services. And guess what? They are not even licensed. So one edge that we probably have is to explain the client that we are licensed, we have error and omission insurance, we are monitored by a regulator, you have the ability to file a complaint against me, and there are high standards that I need to follow. And because of that, the costs that are involved with my services is within this range. So sometimes you need to stand up for yourself and explain to the client that, hey, listen to me. What I'm doing is different from the rest of the population. Again, that Mercedes example comes to mind. But you have to be very careful. If you are claiming that you are a Mercedes, you cannot give them a Kia. you definitely need to offer them when they sign up with you. One complaint that we always hear from our clients is that they were so active and persistent before signing their service agreement. As soon as we signed the service agreement and we paid the initial fee, they were gone and we couldn't find them. So it's very important that we keep and maintain that relationship with our clients after the retainer. But at the same time, we need to also justify why we are charging this amount. So you're absolutely right. So, in some regions, unfortunately, your competition is not necessarily a legitimate competition, and that ruins everything. Or, as I mentioned, in the area of study permit applications, if you're targeting India, unfortunately, you cannot charge um, good fee because your competition is charging $0. Many of people who are active in that market, and you probably have seen recently, we have so many news coming out, especially recently, that the government has issued removal orders for about 700 students because of the actions of at least one immigration consultant. And that competition ruins everything. Because, and we will talk about blue ocean strategy. I will tell you that if there is something fishy going on in an area and you can compete, just stay away from it. Look, this business is full of opportunities, and you'll be surprised about those opportunities. But if it's not tainted to the point that you cannot justify, then good for you. Justify. Try to explain to your clients why you are charging more. Is it your knowledge? Is it the connections that you have that make it easier for your client to move forward? Is it because of the other issues that justify the pricing? Maybe you are, because remember, when you prepare the service agreement, you have a list of services that you're going to offer to your client. So maybe your competition is not offering some of those things. You know, one of the things that, for example, we do at our business, every form that is being filled, we actually review it at least 2 times, sometimes 3 or more times. And every time that we review, obviously it increases our cost because we need to spend time on that form. But guess what? We prevent mistakes. Or, for example, we receive feedback from our clients. I've seen so many application packages by my colleagues that they got refused, or their client decided to hire me for something else. And when we opened the application, it was full of mistakes, sometimes significant mistakes. And those mistakes happen not because of my colleague is a bad person, because my colleague didn't spend enough time or didn't share the information with the client upfront to prevent mistakes. So you can explain those differences. And most, not always, but most people are reasonable people. If you have enough justification about your pricing, they will say, okay. I give you an example. This is real. I have a client that we were going to apply for a visitor visa for her. And for the past 6 days, she was negotiating to reduce the price for this visitor visa application. And every time he said, no, we cannot go below this amount. And he's an existing customer, so we were willing to do it for $500 for her, but she was persisting to do it for less. And eventually today, I received all these document requests, and at the same time, she sent a message to one of our colleagues and asked, okay, how much do you can you do this for $300? And the simple answer was, sorry, we received 24 document requests for our clients, and unfortunately we cannot do this job for you anymore. Goodbye. So sometimes they need to receive a no from us. Okay. And you'll be surprised how many times I sent a no to a client, and then the next day they were begging to hire us at the same price. So sometimes stand up firm for yourself and it will work. And sometimes if it's too fishy to enter that market, just stay away from that market. It's very sad, but it's true. Sometimes it happens. People fill out our form on the website, and where I receive the form, I have to inform them that if you want consultation, you have to pay me $220 just for half an hour of talking with me. But in my heart, I'm begging them to pay that money, because I know if they don't, they will probably make a mistake and their application will be refused, or they will face inadmissibility. But guess what? I cannot coerce them to do that. I can just offer my service and explain my services and hope for the best.
Mhm. Last questions about the same. For those who look maybe ghost, maybe not ghost, but they are affiliated by
Hmm.
SAC in Canada, or a lawyer. A lawyer don't even have a logo of
Hmm.
the college. Like, how legit is that, and like, how do you compete with those? Local agency
Hmm.
under some licensing.
Well, the problem, first of all, with legitimacy of the competition is that we do not have the power to fight with them. Okay. And this has happened a few times for me, because we realized that the company is abusing people. Even back in, I think it was in 2015 or 2016, there was this company that was using the name CIC. Believe it or not, just CIC. And at that time, I think it was 2015, because CIC had not changed their names yet. So CIC was literally the government of Canada, and they were using that name. And one of their clients came to my office and showed me the documents. And I contacted ICCRC at the time and asked them to do something about it. And the simple answer was that they are outside Canada. We have no jurisdiction. There's nothing we can do about it. As simple as that. So unfortunately, sometimes we basically think that we can fight with them, but we cannot. It's very um, unfortunate, but that's the truth. The truth is that sometimes we cannot do anything about that.
I'm not
In
talking about fighting. I'm talking about placing myself in the market, me versus them. And the
Mhm,
question is, like, how legit is that, or
mhm.
is it on a gray area?
So you can actually that's a good question. So I have an article on my website that I direct my clients to. That article as that are these services that are being offered to me, they are legitimate services, or um, are they just fake people that they are trying to abuse me? And what I do every now and again that I encounter something like that, I redirect them to this. Obviously, you don't need to redirect them to this specific article, but I'm going to show you what I have there, so you can probably share this information with them. So let me see if I can. Okay, let's remove this and share this. So, so what I have here, I have a link to CICC. I have a link to Quebec Consultants and Other Republics, and also links to all the law societies. Okay. And then what I ask the people, I say, okay, whoever has approached you, see if you can find their names in any of these regulator websites. Okay, so or ask them which regulator they belong to, because if they don't belong to, then this is most likely a scam. More importantly, it's against the immigration law, and you are the loser at the end of the this. I'm just dealing with a case. This poor lady, she came to Canada on a study permit, and then now she's going to apply for a permanent resident application under Express Entry. But guess what? She holds a master's degree, and the person who prepared the package for her didn't mention that she holds a master's degree, because he wanted to make sure that she will receive this the study permit. And they faked her work experience. She was working in a bank, and then they said she was working as an architect. So completely different thing. Now she has reached this point and she wants to apply for PR, but guess what? If she doesn't claim, she doesn't report her master's degree, she will lose CRS score, so she won't be able to compete. And at the same time, if she does, then she could face misrepresentation. So she was asking, okay, what would be the solution? And I said, there is no straightforward solution, unfortunately, because even if you today you come forward truthfully, they say the officer will say that, hey, at that time, this truth didn't serve you, so you didn't disclose it. Now you are disclosing it. So in my opinion, you're still inadmissible to Canada. So we can, and I think the best tool in this world is fear. Sometimes we have no choice but to sell fear. And by the way, this fear, it has a basis. I'm not making this up. Believe it or not, in a typical week, I receive 4 or 5 different requests about misrepresentation from people. That one of these ghost consultants or unauthorized practitioners, they actually screwed up everything for them by creating fake documentation. I've had even dealt with cases that they took money from them and they said, you are passport requested. They gave them the passport request document. And when they send the passport request along with their passport to the visa office said that this passport request is fake. And now we are going to make you inadmissible to Canada for 5 years. So sometimes we have to sell fear. But I mean, we are not faking it. It's real. Okay, so and if I, by the way, if I pronounce your names incorrectly, please correct me, okay? So now I know Masha, so I didn't, hopefully I didn't screw up that one. Okay, so who was first? Sivat?
Probably. Thank you. First of
Okay.
all, thank you for your time because I know how busy you are, and this is
Oh, no worries.
super valuable for us. I have a couple questions related to their new markets and their price, setting a price. What you just recently mentioned about.
Mm-hmm.
First part is, did you face with experience with something people argue with you about discriminative to setting that such a different prices for different cultures or regions? Let's say if someone from Chinese, you are offering like 100, let's say
Mm-hmm.
100K for a work permit, and then they heard about like people from Turkey that you charge for the same offers the
Mm-hmm.
same services for 3K. What I'm want to say, if it's not there like discriminative for to have like
Mm-hmm.
see that people Chinese people come into your office and you like sitting there,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay, it's probably 100K coming to my office right now,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's Turkish, it's only 3K, and
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean. I mean, in this
Yeah, I know.
perspective.
I know. I know. So I think first of all, it's that's a very difficult question to answer, by the way. But let me try to dissect it to answer it. So first of all, each professional, regardless of whether you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you are an accountant, we always encounter this big question. So am I putting my interests first or my client's interests first? And it's so difficult to handle that. Of course, as you move forward, and the more independent you become from a single client, you can handle this much better. But whenever the market is contracting, and it contracts, believe me, I mean, back in 2013 I said, you know what, my business is over. And in fact, probably in 2013, about 50% of immigration consultants, they went bankrupt. We had the same problem in 2000 and I think it was in during 2020 2019 era. I don't know how many people they lost their jobs, but many of us, we went bankrupt because of that situation over there during COVID era. So there are times that the business is contracting and we are desperate to receive money. I want to keep my employees. I want to keep my business. I want to be able to pay my rent and fill my belly, frankly. Then that question suddenly becomes even more important to answer. So that's something that I think more than anything else, it's an ethical question. So what I did in the beginning of my business 12 years ago, I said to myself, I will never ever treat a client based on the bulk amount that I receive from them. So whether I'm receiving $200 for a service, or I'm receiving $100,000 for a service, I will respect my client. I will handle the case professionally. So that was something that I defined for myself. How much I have managed to be that person, I don't know. My clients have to judge me. I cannot do that. But it's important not to differentiate between the clients based on this. Now, there is an analogy by Dale Carnegie that justifies this. So Dale Carnegie says that for those of you who don't know him, he was probably a master salesperson. Nobody was better than him. Still, the Dale Carnegie Foundation is still active. So he says that he was actually one of the salespeople that goes door to door and knock on the doors, and you probably have heard this. So he says that I had to knock on the door and sell something to people, and most people they said no, and it was really disappointing to see that you are knock on the door, you try to sell something, and the answer is no. And then he comes up with an approach that really helps him with selling stuff to people and keep going. He realizes that, and he starts counting, he realizes that roughly for every 10 doors that he knocks, one of them actually sells something. So buys something. So he said, okay, I'm making, say, $100 from this specific home. So if I divide it by 10, although I'm not actually receiving money from the other 9 homes, but every home that I'm knocking their door, on average, I'm making $10. So if we think about our clients as providers of a pool of financial resources for us, then we don't need to look at the amount of money that we receive from a single client, because each of those clients is contributing to that pool. Now, one person is contributing only $100, another person is contributing $100,000. But at the end of the day, we have a pool, and that pool will be used for paying our expenses and, of course, making profit and living our lives. So that would be one thing that I think it's a good idea if we think about it this way. Again, remember, that's my opinion. You shouldn't, you must not respect that. You can't think about it differently. The other issue is about different cultures. You're absolutely right in terms of these kinds of questions. So, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more when I talk about blue ocean strategy. But for somebody who tries to tackle different markets, it's better to be as consistent as possible. Okay, I give you an example. For a work permit under IMPC 11, by the way, the numbers that I'm telling you here, it's something between you and me. So please don't disclose it anywhere else. But you have paid for this course, so you deserve to know. So for an IMPC 11 work permit application, which is work permit for entrepreneurs, we typically charge $30,000. Okay, and that $30,000 also covers all the disbursements. So we take care of the amount of money that we have to pay to an accountant or to a lawyer to register their business, or, for example, for assessing their financials, getting support letters from organizations. So roughly speaking, depending on the complexity of the case, about $5,000 to $10,000 of the money that we are making is just disbursements. So the pure amount that we are charging per client, assuming that they don't receive a discount, which most of them will receive significant discounts, will be anywhere between $20,000 to $25,000 for professional fees. Okay. So do I offer this amount for different regions differently? Normally, no. Okay, partly because the amounts that I'm charging is on the higher end, because I know, I mean, in my, okay, I should be clear. For the Iranian community, we have this lawyer that charges for the same service for $75,000. So I'm way lower than that person. In Iranian markets, they charge roughly around $25,000 to $75,000, depending on who you approach. So for us, charging 30 grand, we are closer to the lower range instead of the higher range. But when I have a Mexican client, what about that Mexican client? Because if I charge 30 grand for a Mexican client, which, by the way, getting a positive response for that Mexican client is a lot easier comparing to an Iranian client. And many of my clients are Mexican and Chilean, and it's so easy to receive a work permit for them because they apply at the port of entry. We don't even need to create an online application. We don't need to fill out a single form for those clients. So the way that we handle that, we start up with the 30 grand, but in reality, we end up charging half of that amount or even less than half of that amount. So in other words, instead of offering $15,000 to a Mexican client and $30,000 to an Iraqi or Irani, or I don't know, another client, somebody from a visa required country, from, for example, Turkey, we definitely charge a Turkish client 30 grand, or uh, an Iranian client 30 grand. But when it comes to the Mexican client, we tell them that it's $30,000, but we are heavily flexible in terms of reducing the amount. And normally for a typical Mexican client, to be honest with you, we end up charging them around 10 grand. 10 to 12 grand. So there is a huge difference in terms of pricing, but we try to justify that by offering the same price to all the clients, and something that is feasible for us. And then in those markets that the competition charges a lot lower, or because we know that the amount of energy that we need to put for that specific application is less, we offer them discount. That's how we try to handle it. Now, honestly, I've never dealt with a situation in which for one client I charge $100,000 and for another client $2,000. So I cannot speak for that because I don't have personal experience. But for those areas that we charge more, we try to offer discounts instead of offering initial fees that are vastly different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there, my second question is, as we know, the most clients in our field comes from their word of mouth and recommendation from other clients. What do you think in the beginning, in our situation, when we're just starting our career, is it make sense to, or how it makes sense to have their discounted or reduced price, to have more portfolio with their successful clients, just to start those generation of new clients through their clients who already receive our services? Because let's say my culture, when I'm in, people really care about the money. I mean, they're looking for cheaper options, and I believe a lot of countries, people from a lot of um, other countries are also looking for, cultures are also looking for cheaper services. Does it make sense to do that or not? And the second part of this question, what do you think about like transparency, to show their, to the publicly show their prices, let's say on a website, or something like what some RSSC and companies do, and they just put this price list on their website. Thanks.
Sure. So I answer the last part of your question because it's easier. It's your choice. I would say I'm the only I think pricing that I have posted is my consultation fee and the fee that we charge for getting an ATIP request. I've never posted that, and partly because people are coming from different parts of this world to us, and they're with different expectations, and especially sometimes we need to customize the application. For example, yesterday I sent a proposal to a client for an express entry application, but because that express entry is a complicated application, it needs to be done with the help of HNC and other kinds of documentation. I charged that person, my offer was about 50% more than my typical amounts that I charge. So for a single person, I usually charge $3,000 for express entry. But for that specific client, I said, depending on, again, the situation, I will charge anywhere between $4,000 to $5,000. So if I post $3,000 on my website, then I have to again justify my own pricing. That why on earth I'm charging more. And then what if you are charging something for a service and then you have a huge demand, or it becomes easier to offer that service, and now you're reducing the price. So you post the reduced price on your website, and guess what? Your previous customers will go after you. They will, believe it or not, you'll be surprised. As soon as you update the price on your website, you receive an email from somebody that says, hey, I paid you a lot more, so you need to refund me. So you have to be very careful in terms of posting the prices on your website, but that's a personal choice. I'm not saying it is wrong, but there are so many other things that beyond transparency that goes with it that makes it difficult to post that online. In terms of reducing your price. So I would say, as I mentioned, because our pricing is usually competitive pricing rather than actually selling a commodity and reducing the price for that commodity, I have realized over the years that reducing the price does not necessarily make you clients. So sometimes you need to you need that final nudge to sign the service agreement, and that final nudge involves into make your client happy. And they say, okay, if you give me $500 discount, I will sign the retainer. By all means, do it, because at the end of the day, remember, having customers is better than not having customers, especially if you are in the beginning of your business. Every customer is also experience with every customer. So if I'm sitting here and I probably am boasting about my abilities, guess what? My abilities are not a bit different from your abilities. Every single of you is equal to me, or even probably better than me. So why I'm sitting here in the format of a teacher is just because I spent for the past 12 years dealing with so many different customers. And from each customer, I learned something new. And that helped me to build my business. So if in the beginning of your business, you feel that offering discount will enhance your chances of getting a customer, by all means, do it. However, don't overdo it, because you will end up reducing your prices forever. This is what happened to me with federal self-employed class. So initially, when I started getting clients in 2011 for federal self-employed class, I said I'm charging $7,500. Then the number of clients were increased. I had many clients, and then I reduced my price to $6,000 per client. And guess what? That got stuck with me, because people posted on different forums that, oh, if you want to hire Al, he charges only $6,000 for this service. And now I couldn't renegotiate my price with my clients because our expenses were way higher. I couldn't do it anymore for $4,000, $6,000, sorry, but I still had to continue that $6,000 for at least a couple of years to get out of it. So you have to be very careful in terms of lowering the bar, because if you lower the bar, then you may end up not being to push it higher and higher. So you have to also have a look at your future as well. And you also mentioned a very important point. It's also a cultural thing. If in your culture um, discounts play an important role, then by all means offer discount. Sometimes I have a target price in my mind. So let's say I'm going to charge $3,000 for a client, and the client is an easygoing client. So I don't even need to negotiate about pricing or anything. But even in that situation, when I send them the service agreement, I write that the price is $4,000, but I offer you $1,000 discount. This is a psychological game that makes your client happy. I mean, you are not overcharging them. You are charging them exactly what you had in mind, but they also have this good feeling that they received $1,000 in discount. Now you have to be very careful, as you mentioned, in terms of cultures and how they respond to that. Maybe some people will find it offensive, and they don't like it. So I'm not saying overdo it, but that could also sometimes help. Okay. So who is first?
Can I answer to Svet too?
Sure, of course.
So hi, good
Hi.
to see you. Just like an anecdotal story, but it really works. My cousin calls me yesterday. I trying to sell something on marketplace for $20. Such an amazing thing. Nobody buys it. So I told her raise the price.
Yeah.
Sometimes too cheap. It's like it's suspicious.
Hmm.
So you can raise the price, you can end up selling it for the same $20 or maybe 30,
Hmm.
but then you have the place for negotiation and people feel better about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, this guy who charges $75,000 for an IMP application, you know how he justifies that? I know it because one of his past employees are now working for us. So, for example, when they create the employer portal, and for any of you who have created an employer portal, you know that it's a probably 5 minute job. So, when they create the employer portal, they send an email to the client and they say, "Congratulations, we managed to create for you an employer portal. Now you have a profile registered as a business on the website of the government of Canada." And then right after that, they send them an invoice for $10,000. So they charge 10 grand, and that's part of that 75 grand. They charge 10 grand for a 5 minute job. And their clients are so happy. But that's the way they do it. So psychology plays a huge role in our interactions with our clients. Again, let me tell you this. Look, sometimes because we always, my partner and I, we always have this discussion with each other. And she has the tendency to offering free services to people, reducing the price, everything. And by the way, my partner is my wife, so she's my boss as well, as you can imagine. And I always tell her this. Look, okay, you are reducing the prices, but at the same time, you are struggling paying the salaries of your employees or expenses of the business. So something is wrong. So the price is not just based on what we think is right, is also based on the realities of our business. If you are charging your clients $100,000 for a service and you still cannot pay the expenses of your business, you are charging low. If you are charging $2,000 for the same service and at the end of each month you report profit, maybe you're charging too much. Okay, so you also need to look at your cash flow. You also need to look at the realities of your life. Look, each of you spent at least $15,000 to $20,000 just for your education. On top of that, you have paid so much money to CICC. Who's gonna pay those expenses back to you? The reality is that your clients. The government of Canada doesn't care about us. They actually post negative things about us all the time. The media doesn't care about us. They always post negative things about immigration consultants. How many times have you seen on Toronto Star or on any other major media that they say, "Oh, this amazing immigration consultant did this, did that"? Look, I fought with the government of Canada. I created one of the largest lawsuits against the government of Canada. 107 people joined that judicial review, and we won the case to the point that Justice Brown, he actually awarded my clients, most of those people, they were my clients, not all of them, awarded our clients with a $25,000 reward. They apologized to my clients. Did you ever see anything on the news about this? I made history and they refused to interview me. They refused to post anything about this, about the atrocities of the visa office in Warsaw and how we managed to fight back. So we are alone in this world. You have you and your customers. So you need to create this stream of income from your customers that is also based on mutual respect. It's a difficult fine line to find, but if you work hard, you will find it. Okay, I've had clients that they got refused and they introduced new clients to me. That's how much we managed to build a good relationship. And despite being refused, they introduced new clients to me. Don't get me wrong. Most of clients that they get refused, they hate you. They hate me. So I'm not saying that all my refusal cases, they are happy with my services, but exceptions happen. So I think the next person is Trotic, and please correct me if I'm pronouncing your names incorrectly. So what's your question?
Hi, I have like a million questions out. My name's
Okay.
Shazia. So the first one is with regards to pricing, and because you started off with pricing, right?
Hmm.
Um, and like you said, not to go down in price, but how often do you increase the price
Hmm.
of our services? And my second question is now with this whole LMIA, like I'm new to it, like I'm getting inquiries from clients who
Hmm.
are all here. Most of them are here on visitor visa and they want to convert, and now they have increased that 2 year time span to convert to a work permit, right?
Hmm.
The employers are like a mafia from what I see it as a newcomer into the business. They all want like a big bulk of the pie, and they already have somebody set in mind when it comes to the whole LMIA. They have an employee in mind that they're going to take.
Hmm.
So all these advertising and the whole process, they're like it doesn't work, or
Hmm.
that's what I'm finding as a
Hmm.
newcomer. Can
Hmm.
you clarify a little bit about the hidden agendas and the hidden secrets of
Hmm.
the business, because I don't know
Hmm.
it, and
Hmm.
coming into it it's like such a blur,
Hmm.
understanding that an employer wants 30 grand for just a dishwasher restaurant worker that they
Hmm.
want to get,
Hmm.
and and uh, and they are justifying it, and
Hmm.
you have a client waiting to get a work permit. How do you work around it? How do you work on it?
Hmm.
And
Sure.
my question is, when you said like the standard prices, could you? I know, like as students, we don't know where to start with the pricing. So, like for the basic areas, at least if
Hmm.
you can give us like the standard pricings on how much we should start off, so that we know we're not going below the market level.
Hmm.
I know different cultures different, but I'm talking like in Canada,
Hmm.
in Ontario, like you work in Ontario as well,
Hmm.
right? In Ontario, what is the basic pricing that we should go for?
Hmm. Sure.
Mhm.
So the first one, when to increase the pricing, you need to look into different things. For example, when I started off my business, the minimum wage was $11.25 in Ontario. Now the minimum wage is $15.50, if I'm not mistaken. So it means that we roughly had a 40% increase in the minimum wage. And it's not just the minimum wage that has increased. For example, the employees that I have today, they are not those kind of, I never, to be honest with you, I've never paid minimum wage anyways, but the employees that I have today, they are significant employees. I mean, um, we are offering, for most of them, we are offering $50,000 in salaries, or and way more than $50,000 in salaries. So I have to be able to pay my employees salaries, and especially last year, because in the past 2 years we had constantly significant inflation rates that we didn't face in the past, and we had to increase our employees' salaries significantly just to cope with the realities of today. So I had no choice to increase my prices, period. So in other words, my expenses forced me to increase my prices. It wasn't just the competition. And then the other issue was that, for example, for IMPC 11, I initially, because I was the one of the first immigration, if not the first, one of the first immigration consultants that offered IMPC 11 work permit. And initially I charged only 8 grand. But then when my competition started charging 25,000, 30,000, and even, as I mentioned, in one case, 75,000, then people questioned my ability to represent them. So I was forced to increase my pricing initially to $20,000 and then later to $30,000. At $30,000 because of the recent changes to IMPC 11. I don't know how much you're familiar with that, but in November, the government significantly changed the way that they expect you to submit the application. So a ton of extra work that we need to do that we didn't do that. So those are the things that could push you to increase your pricing. So number one is the realities of your business. Number two would be how your competition is doing their job. And for that, as I mentioned, we constantly scan the market. We scan the market passively and actively. Passively means that somebody comes to our office and they say, "Hey, this is how much you charge. Your competition is charging that amount of money." And then based on that, we investigate, obviously, to see if that, because sometimes people lie,
Mhm.
but we investigate to see if they are correct, and based on that we try to adjust our pricing accordingly. And adjusting sometimes means decreasing the price. It's not always increasing the price. And sometimes we also do it actively. We literally pick up the phone and call different offices and ask about their price. And sometimes they are open and they answer us, sometimes they are
Mhm.
not open. So
Most of the
okay.
time they don't want to reveal the price unless you fill up their
Oh,
eligibility and all that. And how
exactly.
often do we have to do the competitor analysis as well?
I
Mhm.
would say at least once a year,
Mhm.
but it depends on the market as well.
Mhm.
For example, if the government introduces a new thing,
Mhm.
right now, for example, we have new public policies for Iranians, Syrians, and Turkish people that they are, if they are inside Canada, they can apply for a work permit, for an open work permit. So if you want to offer those services to your clients, you really need to know how much the rest of the immigration consultants are charging. Because if you charge too much, because the government is promoting that I'm offering this for
Mhm.
free.
Mhm.
And if you charge too much, people will not hire you.
Mhm.
If you charge too low, they will hire you. But then what's the use of that? Now, of course, you need to remember at the same time that this is an easy kind of application. There are not many requirements. And if you submit the application, 99% you will receive a positive response. So if we go back to Sivat's question, that will help us with getting customers that they will offer referrals to us.
Mhm.
So in other words, sometimes I use these opportunities as gateways to build a network of people that eventually will introduce clients to me.
Mhm.
Having said that, you also need to be careful, because if you charge too low, they will introduce clients to you, but those clients are clients that they expect you to be cheap.
Yeah.
So always making that balance is become a challenge. But at the end of the day, we decided, for example, to charge $1,250 for that service, and then offer up to $250 in discount. Now, I know that some competition, they actually charge a lot less, but if we charge less, then in the future, I don't want the referrals that I receive from that client. Okay, so it's not much, but guess what? If you get 2 clients per day for that service, and I will talk about dealing with old firms like mine. I cannot call my firm an old firm. Of course, we have Green Spiegel and some firms that they have been around forever. But I mean, in terms of people that they are more more in this market comparing to you, by default, people will go to those people. But I will tell you how you can survive despite being a new immigration consultant when I discuss the blue ocean approach. Yeah. So your next question is about employers asking for money. So I would say run. If you if if you are dealing in that situation, just run away. And I know that many of my colleagues, they deal with dealing with receiving money for job, those kind of things. And look, I want to be very frank with you. I'm not naive, you know, um, and I'm smart enough to know what's going on in this market. And I want you to ask yourself. You don't need to give that answer to me or anybody else. You
Mhm.
need to ask yourself, what is your plans in terms of being an immigration consultant?
Like
Are
I'm
you?
frustrated right now, to be honest. I'm frustrated because I'm getting a few
I know.
inquiries as
I
an
know.
initial startup, and then
Mm,
those inquiries, when you're actually digging deep and doing research
yeah.
on
Mm,
trying to match them up with an employer, it's like a mafia out there. So, like, where do we
exactly.
I mean, I'm questioning myself. I put my through Queens, I put my through all this, and
Mm,
now where do I stand? Like, you know what I mean?
exactly. And that's why I'm saying you need to ask that question, because a few years back, this gentleman, so I don't know how much you're familiar with the history of Citizenship Act. In the past, to become a citizen, you needed to show that you were a resident of Canada. So nowadays they are asking for physical presence, but that test of physical presence was initially introduced, I believe, in 2014 or 2015. I think it was 2014. Prior to that, we didn't have the test of physical presence. A person could be outside Canada and still be qualified for citizenship application. And that obviously opened, we had actually 3 tests by the federal court in terms of how to identify whether a person is qualified for citizenship or not. And one of them was physical presence, but we had 2 others that they were not based on physical presence. Now that, of course, created a ton of opportunities for people to make documents, create fake documents, etc., to make money off citizenship applications. And many of my colleagues, because of those activities, they got into trouble with the government of Canada. But we have an interesting case that this gentleman found an interesting, actually, approach to the problem, if you will. So he used to create fake Chinese passports. Now, those Chinese passports were not actually being used by people to travel to China or come back to Canada. So they literally went to China and came back to Canada. And as you know, if you go to China or come back, the government of China will stamp your passport. But in the past, when you left Canada, nobody reported that when you left Canada to the government of Canada. And when you came back to Canada, they usually didn't stamp your passport, or even if they did, it was in your real passport. But guess what? If you had a fake Chinese passport, no stamps in and out in that passport, and you presented that to the government of Canada for citizenship application, you claimed that I was in Canada all the time. So thousands of people actually managed to receive their Canadian citizenship with the help of these fake passports. Eventually, the government of Canada realized, and they charged this gentleman for 1,500 cases of fake passports. And now, for each fake passport, if you look at section, I think it's 219, 220 of the Immigration Act. I think it's 220, maybe I'm wrong. You could receive up to 14 years in prison. For 1,500 fake passports, he received a total, I believe, 7 years or 5 years of imprisonment, and also a total of $750,000 in fines. Okay, so he went to prison. He served about 1.5 years or 2 years, and then he got released because of good behavior. And he also had put everything under the name of his wife. So he said, I don't have any assets to pay the $750,000 back. So some people make money this way in this market. By the way, don't get me wrong. Those poor people that they lost their Canadian citizenship, eventually one of them will do something serious to this man. So, so he's not safe, but at least in terms of the Canadian government, he managed to escape. Okay, because we had this just a few years back, not a few months back. This gentleman who was involved with the downing of the Indian Air airplane in back in 80s, he actually got assassinated by somebody in front of his own home. So if you get involved in those kinds of activities, you also need to remember the extreme anger by your clients. It's not just that whether the justice system will serve you or will not serve you properly. But at the end of the day, if somebody is in this business just to make money, you can make money. Look, if I'm a known consultant, imagine I post something on my website and say, I have consulted with the Yukon government and we reached to an agreement that they want to issue permanent residency through their agreement with the federal government. And all you need to do is just send me $1,000 and in 6 months you're a permanent resident. Guess what? I can collect more than $2-3 million in a matter of 6 months. I know that I can. But guess what happens next? So we always need to ask ourselves, do I want to just, I don't know, flush all the years of training and education and the possibility for an honest living just because I'm going to make quick money? So employment recruitment efforts is the danger zone, in my opinion. Majority of disciplines that you see posted on CICC website, they are related to employment and recruitment services. So in my humble opinion, I stay away from it. As soon as the employer says, I want money, I stay away from it. Because people, and remember, people want something and they are happy when they receive it. But as soon as they get it, now they remember their rights. So maybe somebody will say, okay, I'm going to pay 50 grand to receive a work permit and come to Canada. But after they come to Canada, when they realize that they don't have an actual job or they cannot become permanent residents, then they will file a complaint against you. And this is what is happening constantly for our colleagues. So in my opinion, again, I'm not a preacher. This is not an ethics course, but this is what I have seen in reality in the past 12 years. I personally stay away from recruitment efforts, period. But that's your choice. What you do, that's your choice. Now, in terms of finding pricing, we talked about it. Again, I don't want to repeat myself, but scanning the market, talking to your colleagues. Now, we are, as Iranian immigration consultants, we also have a small society. So it's about, I think we are 400, 500 of us that we are a member of that organization as well. It's like an association, and we exchange information over there as well. So you may also have in your culture or your ethnicity, you may have those groups as well. Those groups could also help. Or like the private groups that you have on WhatsApp and other environments like LinkedIn, you could also ask your colleagues in those more intimate environments about the pricing and come up with the best pricing. Because to be honest with you, there is no fixed price. It doesn't exist. This holy grail of how much I have to charge doesn't exist. It's just that you need to come up with something. I used to charge $3,000 for a spousal sponsorship application. And I always lost money on a spousal sponsorship applications all the time. The amount of effort that I put into a spousal sponsorship application was always more than $3,000. My justification was for were in two areas. One of them is that I know how difficult it is for you to be away from your common law partner or spouse, and I really wanted to help those people. Second of all, it's an easy peasy kind of application. I've never had, knock on the wood, a refusal on my spousal applications. And I thought that, okay, so if this is the case, I lose money, but because of referrals that I receive from these people, I continue doing that. But this year, I thought that enough is enough. I cannot take it anymore. I cannot do this so cheaply. And I know that my competition is charging way more than me. So many of my colleagues, they are actually charging 6 grand or even more for these services. So we still don't charge that much. We slightly increased the price to 4,000 for now. But again, that's my approach. Again, your approach could be different. And also, I must say that spousal sponsorship is not a breadwinner for my business. I probably get anywhere between 3 to a maximum of 10 per year clients. And it's most of the time is less than 5 clients per year. So 1,000 more or less doesn't affect my business that much. But if your focus is on on spousal sponsorship applications, you need to think about pricing and come up with something that makes sense to you. Okay. So now let me just answer the questions that are posted here. So I think I answered some of them. So Masha, I answered your question. I think I answered your questions. Harmon. So different pricing in different countries, markets happens to other industries as well, not just immigration. That's correct. I agree with you. That's right. So you says, could you give supplementary services like registration business, making a business plan, helping making a business in a separate agreement order or separate corporation and charge like 50 grand or more than our visa agreement has a regular price? That's an amazing question. Thank you very much, you, for bringing that up. So the question is that, can we charge for services other than immigration services? So I say this is an excellent question because recently it was challenged at a tribunal in Ontario. So there was this gentleman who had created multiple businesses. So one business was called, I don't know, such and such, I forgot the name of the business, for recruitment services. The other businesses was registered for immigration businesses, etc. So they did the recruitment services with one, the immigration business with another, and the client filed a complaint against all of those entities to, I think, the employment tribunal in Ontario, and maybe I'm wrong about the name of the tribunal. And then the tribunal found everything to be under the same basket. So they say it doesn't matter how you designed these agreements or you mentioned these services, because they were all for one purpose: to secure a work permit in Canada. And because so they accepted the objections of the person in terms of the recruitment services. But despite that, they only focused on recruitment services. They forced the immigration consultant to even refund the client for the money they had received for the work permit application. So that, and of course, after that, CAPEC They were furious about this decision, and it confused a lot of us. But at least it answered something. When we offer services uh, that are parallel to the services that are directly related to immigration, we're actually offering services for immigration. I mean, a person is not hiring me to write a business plan for the sake of business plan. They want that business plan because of the work permit application that they have or permanent resident application they have. So simply put, it doesn't matter whether you put this on your service agreement that you are offering for your work permit or PR, or you put it on a separate service agreement. They are considered in most cases to be the same because they are for the same purpose. Now, as an immigration consultant, can you offer those services to your clients? Unless the law prevents you to do that, yes, you can. Okay. I give you an example. For business registration, uh, it is the Law Society's expectation that business registration is being done by a lawyer. So if, as an immigration consultant, you do business registrations, now for simple business registration applications, accountants also do that. But if you, as an immigration consultant, try to do it, then the Law Society will not be happy with you. And in fact, a few months back, the Law Society in British Columbia filed a lawsuit against an immigration consultant who registered businesses for their clients. So if the service is within the area of a specific profession, it is in your best interest that you outsource it. But if the service is not regulated, like writing business plans, then yeah, that's absolutely fine. You can do it. That's okay. If you do have the expertise and ability to do such services, then you can. And I know that some of my colleagues, they are also CPA. They are also licensed with other entities. So as long as you are very open and honest and transparent with your client, and the law allows you to do that, and also CICC doesn't prevent you from doing it, then you can do it. Now, you probably know that the new Code of Professional Ethics by CICC focuses on conflict of interest, and specifically in two areas, the area of recruitment services and the area of recruiting students for schools. They clearly mention that this is an indication of conflict of interest. However, the good news is that they allow you to be transparent to with your client and continue doing that. So for example, if you are doing recruitment services for students and you are getting paid by, for example, Apply Board, you need to be open with your client that I'm going through to do this through Apply Board, and they are going to give me anywhere between $1,500 to $2,500 when you secure your study permit. So is it okay with you if I do this? And if your client says, yes, that's okay with me, then it's not considered conflict of interest. Or at least that's our understanding right now, because it's been for the past a year or so, we're asking CICC to come up with a clarifying document, and they haven't managed to come up with that. I was actually part of a focus group about this, and I even did a presentation with the head of the disciplinary committee of CICC about this. Still, I have so many questions about this, and even Michael couldn't answer some of the questions about this. And CICC prepared a document to clarify conflict of interest. They have presented that to the government, but the government has not finalized the document. So for now, we are in a gray zone, if you will. So you have to be very careful in terms of those areas that are considered conflict of interest. But at the end of the day, can you offer services parallel to immigration? Yes, because defining pure immigration is so difficult. It's so difficult to say that, hey, I am offering immigration services. What is immigration services? Because in the past, immigration services was just filling out forms, reviewing the documents, submitting the application. Is it today? No. Nowadays, you need so many other things happen for some of your clients. And because of that, you either need to work with other entities to help you with the process, or you need to expand your services with those to help your clients. Okay. Okay, so I think we answered these questions.
Well, I have a question. Are you going by the agenda more or less,
Mhm.
or we just jumping from question to question? Because, like, from what
Mhm.
you spoke until now, like some of
Mhm.
the issues I would like to go deeper, unless you're
Mhm.
planning to do it with a structure.
So I will try to cover the agenda, but because, as I mentioned, it's a customized course. Please try to stick with the agenda, but if you ask a question from me that is outside the agenda, I will answer it.
No, actually, like you were
Yeah.
talking now about
Mm.
outsourcing and
Oh, no, no, no. I'm not
recruiting,
going
etc.
deep into that. No, for sure, I'm not going to deep because we still have not reached that point. Just
Oh, okay.
answering
So
the question.
you'll get there. Okay, fine.
Yeah, yeah, of course I will.
Okay, thanks.
So Masha has mentioned something sad and true, and that's in Ontario, RCICs with 2+ years of experience are being offered $17 to $20 per hour, and that's true. It's so unfortunate. And I was doing a presentation with Mario Bellissimo a few months ago. I think it was last July. Um, he- for those of you who don't know Mario, he is probably #1 in the list of inadmissibility to Canada. He's the lawyer when it comes to inadmissibility to Canada. And he's one of those few lawyers that respects our business. And he understands that immigration consultants are actually an important part of the whole um, realm of immigration, if you will. Without us, I mean, we were created because of a need. We were not created just because. And it's very unfortunate that CBA and many other entities, they do not realize that yet, or they pretend they do not realize it. So Mario sets something very important in that presentation. It was a presentation with Ashton College. He said that you need to reclaim yourselves. We need to respect ourselves. It's a respectful business, which is unfortunately tainted by some bad players and by media. More than bad players, by media. Look at the doctors, for example, physicians. Are they respectable entities in this country or not? I think we agree that they are respectable people. They are really, we respect, if we hear somebody is a physician, we say, wow, that's amazing. So we always have this positive attitude towards physicians. But at the same time, we have physicians that they're sexually abuse their clients. We have physicians that they prescribe medication that kills their clients, or they disable them forever. So do we judge the whole profession of physicians just because of some bad actors? No. Unfortunately, when it comes to immigration consultants, the whole profession is being judged because of the behavior of some immigration consultants. And you are the new generation of immigration consultants, by the way. You are the most knowledgeable and understanding group of immigration consultants that are in this market. And I have huge respect for you guys, because when you started in 2003, it was just when the first few months of the inception of CISIC was like this. Whoever has some experience in the field of immigration, come and join us. And they actually grandparented many immigration consultants. And then when they introduced education by some pioneers like Stephen Green at Seneca College and other colleges and universities, when they started teaching immigration consulting. It was more based on some guesswork that they created that education system. And even at 2016, when I started, in 2016, when I started teaching, we didn't have a ton of guidelines in terms of what would be a good quality teaching. But guess what? When Queen's University started, it was a whole different story. We had this significant background in terms of education. So you guys are the people who are highly educated in this field, and you need to promote your profession. Now, are you going to do it through an organization like KPIC, or are you going to create a different organization and do it? Please do it. Because as long as you don't do it, employers will abuse you. They have the audacity to hire you for less than $20 per hour because you don't have the respect. Let's be frank with each other. So do it. Please do it. Okay? So that would be part of your job to fix this. Because no matter how much we shout, we are from a generation that is negative. I had a conversation with CBC a few years ago about the issue of third safe country. And guess what? Still, we're there and we still have problems with third safe country agreement. And I think that conversation was back in 2017 or 18. And while we were talking about the different matter, I also said this to the reporter, and I told her, she was actually one of the CBC producers. I told her that, look, we are the only profession that the government of Canada created videos and negative promotions against us. They literally did. And still those videos are on IRCC's website. We are the only profession, believe me, I dare you to find another profession in this country that the government of Canada spend millions of dollars to, unfortunately, to destroy us. Now, that's partly because they want to cover the fact that the source of the problem is IRCC, not us. Look, only 15% of consumers of immigration services, they actually hire a regulated immigration consultant or a lawyer. Only 15%. About 10% hire immigration consultants, about 5% hire immigration lawyers. And now this is a very rare, and it's based on actually the government posting when they were promoting the new code of professional ethics for CICC. This is what they posted. So 85% of people, they either go with unauthorized practitioners or they don't hire anybody. So if people are complaining about the immigration system, guess what? Who is the culprit? The 85% is the culprit, or the 10% is the culprit? You do the math. So we need to claim respect, and that's your job. You need to collectively show to the world that you are knowledgeable and deserve respect. And when you make that happen, then nobody dares to hire you for these amounts. And I know some of the posts, they are disgusting. They say, oh, we are hiring you for $35,000 per year. Are you kidding me? But that's what is happening right now. So is there a directory to connect with employers? Like I'm almost with getting employers to start. No, there is no such directory. We can, there are some recruitment agencies that they are highly respected recruitment services, and you can approach them and see if they can help you with getting connected with the employers. But generally speaking, as I mentioned, I stay away from recruitment services. It's too difficult, especially in Ontario, because Ontario, to the best of my knowledge, is the only jurisdiction in Canada that we don't have recruitment services laws. So we do have, we used to have a law that was in effect until I believe 2009 that was covered recruitment services. They stopped that law, And then they incorporated recruitment services partly in the Employment Standard Act and also in the Foreign National Employment Act, or whatever they call it. But we don't, if you want to be a recruitment agency in Ontario, you don't need to have a license. In other provinces, the situation is different. For example, in Nova Scotia, many of the people that provide recruitment services, they are actually also immigration consultants. So you can literally receive a license and offer recruitment services. But in Ontario, the situation is different. And that's why I have deliberately decided to stay away from offering recruitment services. Whenever there is ambiguity, you're always the loser, or at least that's my motto. Okay. So the next one, if we work in an immigration firm in Canada, as an RCIC, and an organization in our home country which offer immigration services wants to hire us just for consultation and wants to use our license on their website, is that a conflict of interest? So the simple answer is no, but because we have a section dedicated to this, let me, when I reach there, please remind me to answer this in more details, because there are so many different things you need to take into account if somebody is hiring you. So what about pairing with a recruitment agency company? Again, Amasha, you can do that, but remember that this is part under, I think it's section 18 of the CICC Code of Professional Conduct says that offering any kind of recruitment services or pairing with a recruitment services agency could be considered conflict of interest. But if you're transparent with your client, that's absolutely fine. So if you tell your client that, hey, for the recruitment services, I'm using the services of this entity. And by the way, if everything goes well, I will receive, if you are going to receive, sometimes you don't. I'm going to
You ask for
receive.
money to pay them.
So, and sometimes, you know, some clients will be more than happy that if you split that profit with them.
Mhm.
So again, it depends on what kind of financial arrangements you have with your client. For example, in the past, when we had the investment immigration option in Canada, I used to charge $10,000 my clients for investment immigration. And then I told them, because the bank that I worked with was the financial bank, and they gave me $40,000 for a successful case. So imagine you have a client, you submit the application is successful, and the bank gives you $40,000. So this was my contract at the time, that you hire me, and if your case is successful, I refund you in full. That was my contract at the time. And clients were happy. Now, for those of you who don't know, the government of Canada stopped accepting applications under that group, I think, in 2012. And they completely closed that program in 2014. So we don't have investors option anymore. But I mean, sometimes, again, it's about transparency. Remember that CICC will not go after you unless somebody files a complaint against you. And most of the complaints, sometimes they come from unreasonable clients, don't get me wrong. But most of the complaints, they come from not being transparent with your client. Okay.
Basically, if I'm saying, look, I'm working with this, I don't know, with Jason, and I know he is good, you can talk to him about employment. He
Mhm.
might help you. That's totally fine, right?
Exactly. As long as you're transparent, it should be
Yeah.
okay. Unless when we have that secondary document from CICC, it says
Mhm.
otherwise. But right now that we are in this gray zone, it's more about transparency. So for example, for study permit applications, we deal with two different entities, three actually, to help us. So one of them is IDP, the owner of IELTS. So IDP doesn't offer us any commission, but it's like a concierge service. So we introduce the client to them, they take care of the client, and the client comes back with a admission. So it's we pretty much put zero efforts in terms of the portion that we get this letter of acceptance. The other option is apply board. For apply board, we actually need to do the legwork ourselves. But if the case is successful, Apply Board will give you, and any of you, by the way, you can sign up with Apply Board. Apply Board gives us commission, and that commission usually is around $1,500 per successful case. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, but roughly 1,500. And the third one is another immigration consultant that I work with, and I just introduce clients to him, and he will take care of that. And we have come up with a pricing. He charges me $500 for that service. And we say this to our clients from the beginning. That these are the options that are out there. Now, for some clients that are outside Canada, IDP usually doesn't accept cases. So IDP is out of question. It will be either Apply Board or that gentleman. Yeah, but as long as you are open with your client, it should be okay. Okay, so let's. So what do you think? Shall we take a break or shall we continue?
I'm sorry, can I just type the names of the last three?
Of course. So IDP is one of the owners of IELTS. IDP rarely works with immigration firms, but somehow they agreed to work with us. But you can approach them. So if you go on IELTS website, they mention IDP over there as well. They have a wing. IDP has a wing for student recruitment services, and they are very active in Canada as well. Now with IDP, they have also agreements. I think they have agreements with more than 180 different educational facilities in Canada. They are all DLI, and some of them are the most reputable uh, universities in Canada. Apply Board doesn't have agreement with some of those universities. Like, for example, they don't have an agreement with U of T, etc. So it's called Apply Board. This is the website. And you can, they usually easily accept new immigration consultants. You sign an agreement with them, and then they give you an account. Apply Board actually became a unicorn company. They managed to make more than $1 billion in their third year of, I think, starting their business. And that's because they sign agreements with educational institutions all over the world. And then when you log into their platform, you can have access to all of them at the same time. So it makes your job a lot easier. Instead of individually approaching any of those colleges or universities, you can find all of them in the same spot. That's why they are very successful. They don't charge you anything for most of their services, unless when you want to enter a risky environment. For example, if you have a client from Nigeria, a typical Nigerian study permit application has a 65% refusal rate. And because of that, Apply Board charges you like $250 for finding or securing letter of acceptance. But then I think they later refund you if the case is successful. So Sivad asked, can we work with educational institutions directly? Yes, you can. And in fact, we have some agreements with some educational institutions, both colleges and high schools. Especially when it comes to high schools, you need to approach them directly. Now, I have agreements with the Vancouver School Board, which is the public school system in Vancouver. Lambton Kent District School Board, for example, I have agreement with them. It is in southwestern Ontario. I have agreement with York Region District School Board, which is in northern Toronto. And we work with Toronto District School Board, but I don't think we signed an actual agreement with them. But I've had clients with TDSB as well. Yes, I said, Esther asked, what is the refusal rate for Nigeria? Yes, Nigeria is 65%. roughly speaking. And interestingly enough, one of the largest sources of international students in Canada. So despite that refusal rate is still, I think about 20,000 international students. So for those of you who don't know, we have, let me see if I can find this. We have a journalist in our company, and she constantly looks into different things and posts news. So you can actually sign up to our news channel. And I just want to see what is the source. I promise this is the last one. So this is the statistics that Andrea found. So these are the top 10 sources of international students to Canada. So as you can see, India is number one with a huge number, 226,000 people. China is the second one, 52,000. Philippines is number three, and we have France, Nigeria. So Nigeria is number five. Iran, Republic of Korea, Japan, Mexico, and Brazil. So these are the top 10 sources of international students in Canada. Now, in terms of India, and again, these numbers are the last time that we checked, so maybe the numbers have changed or maybe I'm wrong, but India roughly has a 64% success rate. China has 89% success rate. I don't know about the Philippines. I would say France is probably close to 100% success rate. So if you see 16,000 people, they actually 16,000 people applied. Nigeria has only 35% success rate. Iran has only 40% success rate. With Korea, it's close to 100% success rate. And the same thing is with Japan. I don't know about the Mexico and Brazil. But these are the main sources. Okay, Shikha. Shikha, do you want to keep your hold on to your questions and ask it after the break? Because it's
Yeah,
been almost 2 hours now.
it's okay. Yeah.
I promised 2 breaks, but I don't think we can make 2 breaks. So let's take a break. So for how many minutes? It's your session. Tell me.
10 should be perfect.
10? Okay. Okay, so we'll come back in 10 minutes. Just posting my prices here. So as much as I remember, and you can ask me which option, what you're looking for. Oh, express entry. Okay. Now, for express entry, I typically charge for a single person $3,000. So 4K is for a family. For PNP, if they already have received their letter of invitation and they're just looking for PR, so if it's a pure PNP PR application, again, I charge 4K as if it's an express entry application. Again, it's for a family. If they are single, we will usually reduce it to 3,000. But if they also want us to help them with the process of um, uh, uh, the provincial application, it rarely happens, but we charge them extra. Now, the situation for OINPS is different because for OINPS is the entrepreneur stream for OINP. We usually charge up to 50K. But the amount is very high because it comes in different stages. So it's from the business concept development to submission of the business concept to ITA process to get the work permit, and then after the work permit, the performance report, and eventually the permanent residence. For refugee applications, I charge $9,500.
Is that for a family or for an individual?
OINP, all of these numbers that you see here are for family, unless, with the exception of work permit. Work permit is for individual. Work permit, study permit, they are for individual, but the rest of them are for a family.
And the refugee includes the work permit as well.
Yes, so so refugee, we actually charge them in 3 stages. So $3,500 is for developing the basis of claim, preparation of the application. With a work permit, you just ask them to issue the work permit and they will handle that. Another $3,000 is for the hearing. If they are exempt from the hearing, they are less complex case, then we only charge $500 for the just the work that we need to do with the with RPD. So that will reduce the price from that $9,500 to $7,000. But if and then if they go for in a refugee appeal division, I don't charge them extra. So it's included in my pricing, and it's partly because, to be honest with you, I had one refusal, and that refusal decided not to pursue appeal, and he left Canada. So that's why I'm very generous about appeal division, because I never end up going to the appeal division. And then
Again,
another 3,000 for permanent residence. Now keep that in mind. We have 2 different types of permanent residence for refugee cases. One is that all the family members are inside Canada, then that $3,000 is enough. But if they have family members that they are outside Canada, then we need to submit 2 sets of applications, one for those people who are inside Canada and one for those who are outside Canada. That's when we need to negotiate and adjust the price.
And also when it comes to the refugee applications, I've seen that most of the clients tend to ask, do you have legal aid? As an RCIC, we don't, we are
No, we
not
don't.
entitled for legal aid.
No.
So how do we, like, do
So
we
I tell
report
them
them?
that if you want to go with legal aid, just approach legal aid and see how they can help you. The problem with legal aid is usually because the 2 things. Number one is they have limited financial resources. So in many cases, the person who helps them end up just helping them with filling out the basis of claim form. They do not really represent them to the immigration authorities in most cases. And the other problem with legal aid is that many of those people who are offering legal aid services, they are not highly experienced lawyers. They are new lawyers. They're not that much familiar with the process. So that's, but again, I always, because they ask, even sometimes when they don't ask, I bring it up that, by the way, I cannot offer you services through legal aid. You have to pay it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. And I tried to get in touch with legal aid to see they can now include us, because now we have this IRB designation,
Yeah.
but they didn't reply back to me. So still, it doesn't seem. So is there anything else you need to know? I told you about the IMPC 11. So it's a special work permit for entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, I charged $30,000 for that.
Mhm.
Intra-company transfer is a complex situation. It depends on the case that how much we charge, because sometimes we may charge up to 30 grand for intercompany transfer, but some intercompany transfers are super easy because we already have established business here in Canada and we just want to transfer clients. In that situation, we only charge 2,000 to 3,000. And majority of those ICT applicants, they are, for me, my clients are Mexican and they don't need a visa to Canada. So it's a lot easier for me to handle those, because those are ICTs under CUSMA rather than ICT under GATS. But when it comes to ICT under GATS, and especially when we are dealing with a startup application, then it becomes more complicated, because now we need business, business plan and all those kind of documentation. I don't do a startup visa, so I don't have a price because I don't do a startup visa.
Mhm. And visitor visa, how much do we usually charge?
So normally for a visitor visa, I charge $1,000 to $1,300, depending on the case. But usually for the first applicant, I charge $1,000, and for every family member that is added, we charge anywhere between $300 to $500. So let's say if we have a family of 4, we usually charge the whole 4 people for $2,000, plus they have to pay the government fees.
Okay. And do you, like, when it comes to the government fees, now when we take on clients, do we put it on our company credit card and then tell them to pay us, or how does that
It
work?
depends on them. So for example, if I have an in Canada class spousal application, I show them the link to the payment and I say, if you can pay it yourself and send me the receipt, I will just submit it. Or if you want me to pay, that's okay. We do not, initially, in the past, we used to charge $20 for processing of payments. But that was partly because there were these papers from IRCC that we had to, at the time CICC, we had to fill out and mail it, and then, or we had to purchase actual bank drafts to pay the fees. But that changed over the years. Now everything is online, and because it's online, we do not charge our clients for paying their processing fees.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, Al. Can I ask, if you don't mind, why you don't do Star Visa?
So to be honest with you, it's mostly cultural thing, because majority of clients that I could get under startup visa, they are from Iran, and there is this a system of abuse that exists among my colleagues. To be honest with you, they charge people anywhere between $120,000 to $200,000 per person, and they create these companies and they put all 5 people under the name of that company, and that has caused a lot of trouble. Many refusals. For example, we had an 88% refusal rate on just work permit applications for that group last year alone. And that's partly because of all the abuses that are being done in that area. And I just wanted to stay away from that storm, to be honest with you. That was a personal decision. In the past, I received many requests to do that, but I decided to stay away from it. And nowadays, nobody even asks me. So I'm out.
Thank you.
So it kind of happened, to be honest with you.
Hi,
And the
Al.
problem with the startup was that initially it had many success stories. I mean, initially in 2018, when the government removed the condition or from the pilot, and they say this is a permanent system. In 2018, we had many people that they were successful, and that actually caused many people enter this business, and they overcharge people for those services. Yes, Lizaranda, you have a question?
Yes, the charges for the study permit,
Mhm.
is this for permits without any refusals, or is this starting, or is this for permits
So
with
this,
refusals?
the amount that we charge, $3,000 that we usually charge, is for both the admission and the study permit application. But if they get refused, we will not refund them, or we will not submit the application again. They have to pay us again.
And another
Thank you.
quick question as well. So along with Liz's question with regards to study permits, do
Mhm.
we when we are doing spousal open work permits along with the study permit, do we increase the charge? And same with the guardian for a high school.
Yes, definitely, yes. Yes. So normally, let's say I have an international student and they have a spouse and 2 children, so they want to apply together. For the spouse IMP C42 application, I charge $2,000 by default. Now, obviously, most of the time they manage to get discounts for that. And then if they have children that they are coming with them, again, for their open study permit, we try to charge them $500 per child. But again, the final actual amount that we charge, there are lots of negotiations going on with those applications. Okay. Okay, so let me.
Sorry,
Sure, go ahead.
do you do self-employed visa as well?
Yes, we do. Thanks for asking. So you mean for self-employed PR applications, yes?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So for self-employed PR applications, I charge $12,000. And that includes the business plan that we write for them.
Good. Thank you.
Now, sometimes self-employed people, they combine that with the IMPC 11 application. So basically, they sign an agreement with me. We try to help them to get their work permit first. They come to Canada, they start their work, and then we apply for self-employed application here, because that will also address properly the intent and ability section of the application. But if it goes with that, we don't charge them like $42,000 for that. We usually come up with a combined pricing. And to be honest with you, many times that combined pricing means only $30,000 for both of them. So, but it depends how the negotiations go. But when it comes to major money payments, there's a lot of negotiations going on, and lots of discount is being offered for most people. Okay. Any other questions about
Yeah, I'll
pricing?
just have a quick question. Come back to their
Mhm.
students recruitment.
Mhm.
I'm clear about like how to register with Apply Board, and what about IDP? Do we need to register? How it's going?
No, so
for...
IDP, to be honest with you, the reason that we managed to sign up with IDP, we were negotiating with about a partnership with them. And that partnership didn't happen, unfortunately, because of COVID-19. We were going to open an IELTS center in downtown Toronto. And that's as part of our negotiations. They said, oh, okay, by the way, if you want to do student recruitment, we will do it for you. So they were just doing this to give us an incentive to go ahead with that partnership. So I'm not sure if they offer that to immigration consultants. You need to talk to them. I honestly don't know, because I didn't do the negotiations at all. And so I'm not aware of our team, how they progress with those negotiations, because IDP is a huge organization. It's not. So get in touch with them and ask them.
Yeah, it's mean the best way to start with your students recruitment it's go with the apply board and their indication institution personally if we have some potential clients for that.
Exactly, I think so. I mean, Apply Board is probably one of the most comprehensive environments that you can find for submitting a request for letter of acceptance. And as I mentioned, for the most part, is free initially, and it even offers you some. It depends on the institution, but it offers you some commission as well. So that's a good start. It just that be mindful of the requirements by CICC in terms of conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question regarding my previous question and about the agreements in two separate agreements for for business applications, especially. Is that okay to us to have everything in one application, in one agreement? For example, preparing business plan, registering for your business. Is it okay under one agreement? Because I remember that I asked this question from other instructors in Queens, and they were, I think it's a gray area. That's if it is possible that you can include not immigration services in your return argument.
So I would say it is okay. Remember, I'm not a contract professional. So obviously, if you want to have an official advice, you need to talk to a contract lawyer. And I remember that when I was doing my Master of Laws, many of my classmates, they were lawyers. They're still lawyers. Actually, 70% of my classmates, they were lawyers. And pretty much all of them were trying to stay away from contracts, because the contract law is probably one of the most complex areas of the law in Canada. And so coming up with a clear answer to your question is not easy. But what I can tell you from this tribunal decision that I saw, whether you separate this or do not separate this, the courts will see them as the same service. Because as I mentioned again, when you are doing a business plan for your client, you're not doing this because they want a business plan to get funds from an entity. They are doing that business plans because they want to secure their work permit or permanent residence. And that's why it becomes part of your service agreement anyways, even if you try to separate it. So I would say put it on the same, in my opinion, it is okay to put it on the same service agreement. And this is what I really do. I put this on the same service agreement. I mention it and I will explain the scope. If I'm outsourcing something, that's a different story. But if I'm doing it in-house, I mention it on my service agreement, and I don't complicate things for my client to have multiple agreements. Now, sometimes it happens. For example, we do write business plans for other immigration consultants. So the kind of agreement that we have with them is different, because this is not an immigration service anymore. It's a clear a B2B service that we are offering. So for that, we are not obliged to sign a service agreement under the requirements of CICC. We just assign usually a memorandum of understanding with that person, or if it's for a specific kind of service, then we just would do it. Like for example, this training session that I'm offering, I don't need to sign a service agreement for that. But for those that is a combination of services and immigration services, I put them under the same agreement. Again, to me, they are the same. It's your immigration services. It's not something separate. You may say so, but it's not separate.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Now, I mean, if somebody needs to, for example, if you're a notary public and somebody needs to also notarize some of their documents, and you are going to notarize their documents as well, then it is more of about conflict of interest, because are you in the position of conflict of interest if you also notarize your client's documents? You need to ask that question from your lawyer or somebody else. The other situation is that what if you are so let's say you are a real estate agent, and you want to also help your client to purchase a business in Canada. That is a huge red flag, because if you are also helping your client to purchase a business, you are entering in the realm of conflict of interest. Because the question is that what if the business falls apart? What if they don't issue the work permit or PR for your client? Then what will happen to that business that they purchased in Canada? And will you be in a position of being sued because of that? And then it gets involved with your, dealings in your immigration area. So that's a hugely complicated situation that you get involved with if you try to help your clients in those areas. But a business plan is just part of the application. So that's a different story. Yet again, if the client gets refused and under refusal it says that the business plan was the cause of refusal, then again you are in a position of responding to your client and helping. So I'm not saying that's it's purely independent. You can make it independent. No matter how hard you try, at the end of the day, your client will blame you.
So
Yes, Vikas.
a quick question. So do we have to change the articles of incorporation if we want to help clients in different things, or the same article for incorporation that we submitted with the board will actually suffice
Mm.
when
So
we provide new services and additional services to
sure,
clients?
of course. So generally speaking, corporations in Canada, they are pretty much free to do anything they want. Having said that, sometimes there are restrictions attached to a corporation, and especially if you have partners and you are not the only decision maker. In those situations, you need to consult with a business lawyer to see if there is a need for making those changes. But I would say 95% of the cases, there is no need to make any changes.
Sorry for stepping in here, but as I know, the reason why Vikas asked this question because as per new or updated business registration regulations from CICC, they requires us to register corporation and strictly limited our services to immigration and citizenship services only. And their reason is they are, in some way, they make these regulations to avoid a potential conflict of interest, not only with the code, but it's also from a legal side of their corporations.
Okay, now that makes sense. So remember, that's the expectation of CICC. That's not the expectation of Corporate Canada. So these are two different things. And when there is a conflict, then there will be challenges, and somebody will take CICC to court, and either that person will win or CICC will win. And then we have the answer, because now we have an expectation from our regulator. So obviously, if you meet their expectations of your regulator, you won't have any conflicts with them. So if they are, they have made this as a new requirement, because when I started, I already had a business, and I used that business for but at that time it was Canadian Society of Immigration Consultants. So if there are some changes in that area and expectations of CICC, be careful with that. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Yeah.
Hi, Al.
Hi.
Hi, I've got a question. I've just entered in a chat box. I know quite a couple of RCICs who notarize their clients' documents. So that's conflict of interest?
No, not necessarily, but it could be conflict of interest. So generally speaking, no. But for example, I give you this this example. What if the client's documents are fraudulent, and then you notarize them? And then what if the government of Canada decides to pursue misrepresentation, and they see that your stamp is on that document. In this case, for the client, especially if the client is outside Canada, misrepresentation means 5-year ban from Canada. But for you who has notarized the document, this is that actually breach of section 126 and 127. And it means that you could be criminally penalized because of just stamping your client's documents. So that could put you in a position that your business will be jeopardized just because you notarize your client's document. And again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this will happen. I'm just trying to give you an exaggerated example.
So I've got two questions. So number one, RCIC who do notarize their clients' documents, is there anything they could do to avoid, conflict of interest other than not notarizing the documents? And number two, I thought, notarizing documents is just like, okay, you give me the original document and I check to make sure the copy is identical to the given document. It's not my job to check whether the provided document is true or not, right? That's not my job. Yeah.
So first of all, I'm not a notary public, so I don't know the expectations of the organization that make you a notary public. Obviously, you need to get in touch with them as well to see what are the exact expectations and requirements. In terms of the not being part of that, usually IRCC looks into patterns, not just a single incident. So if you look at CBSA filings against our colleagues, usually each of those charges are laid after like 4 years of investigation. So they don't look into one fraudulent document for sure. But if that's an immigration consultant, it has the pattern of notarizing fraudulent documents constantly, then that's when that person could be potentially in trouble. But again, because I'm not a notary public, I don't know the exact complications that it could create.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Al.
No problem. Okay, so let's talk about marketing and client acquisition strategies. I think that's probably the most number one on our list. I think so. But at least even for me, after 12 years of practice, it's still number one on my list. So one thing that I want to start off with is that know your strengths and weaknesses. And I give you an example. I probably gave that example I have given that example 100 times. So for example, when it comes to networking, I'm awful. I mean, if I go to a networking event, I'm that lonely guy in the corner of the room with a beer in his hand. I cannot start talking to people, initiate any kind of conversation with anybody unless somebody approaches me and starts talking to me. That would be that could happen. But eventually, I'm not one of those people that will attend lots of meetups to get clients. But what if you are that person? Then take advantage of that. And again, I had a friend that he immigrated to Canada about 10 years ago. And when he came to Canada, he wanted to start a print shop business. And when he wanted to start that, he's one of those gregarious people that easily get in touch with others and talk to them. So he attended lots of meetups in downtown Toronto. And in the opening of his business, more than 150 people attended from all different walks of life because of the relationships he had made in the past few months through those meetup sessions. So if networking is your strength, then stick with it and do networking, lots of networking. If something else is your strength, then do that. You are not obliged to go outside of your comfort zone all the time. Of course, you need to challenge yourself a little bit. I do get out of my comfort zone some of the time. But generally speaking, try to stick with your strength, know your weaknesses, and try to get benefit from your strength. For me, my strength was writing. So that's what I did. I started from the beginning. I started uh, networking and writing. And interestingly enough, because I had written some books before even starting my practice, some of my initial clients, they were the readers of my books, and they approached me and they hired me, and then eventually I got clients. Yes, Radik. Radik, do you have a question?
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
in your list of things out there, along with marketing and client acquisitions,
Mm,
you've mentioned volunteering.
mhm.
Do you know of any areas? Because we're like, I would
Yeah,
really volunteer.
don't worry, I will go through that list and
Okay.
explain everything. No worries.
And
So
my
yeah,
question was
sure.
uh, what were talking about previously with regards to pricing. I've
Mhm,
seen a lot of retainers that people have done for just creating the express entry profile instead of
mhm,
doing the entire express entry thing.
mhm.
Is that legit? Can you do that and just charge
Yeah.
them for half the work?
So
Because
generally speaking, in Canada, contract means agreement between two parties. So whatever you agree upon, that's okay. I mean, as long as something fishy is not going on, as long as somebody is not abusing somebody else, nobody can say why you just signed an agreement. So maybe somebody approaches me and say, I want to hire you to review my IMM 5669 document and form and nothing else. Should I say no? So there is, of course, a discussion going on with CICC about limited retainer agreement. So if you look at some of the law societies in Canada, like Law Society of Ontario, they do have two different kinds of lawyers. Some lawyers, they do offer limited retainer services. Some of them, they don't. And if you go on Law Society of Ontario website, you see that under the name of the lawyer, that this lawyer offers limited retainer. So what do they mean by limited retainer? Is exactly like something like this. So they say that you can hire me, but not for me to go to the court and represent you, but to prepare your court documents. And that's it. When we are done with this, I'm done with you. So you cannot expect me to give you advice on how to represent myself to the court. So the same thing is going on with CICC, but right now we don't have any answers on that. So as long as we don't have the answers to that, you can literally write a retainer agreement or service agreement for any kind of services that related to immigration. So if your client wants you just to open their express entry profile and do nothing else, by all means, sign a service agreement for that, get paid. That's absolutely legal.
Thank
As long as you are not abusing your clients. But if it's open, transparent, somebody says, I'm not very good with computers, can I pay you $500? Just enter my information here, or even can I pay you money? Just open the account for me, and I will take over. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thanks.
no problem. Okay, now in terms of one of the other things that you need to know, that you need to keep up to date. Why I'm saying keep up to date? Because of two reasons. Number one is the fact that by keeping up to date, you are more knowledgeable and you can answer people's questions and build confidence. Because in our business is the business of trust. If people trust you, they will hire you and they will pay your price. So if they trust you for $100,000 for a simple work permit application, they will pay you $100,000 for simple work application. If they don't trust you, they won't pay you money. One example I can give you is about the airlines. Look, back in the day, airlines were amazing. I mean, when you entered an airplane, they initially greeted you, they offered you I don't know, drinks, they had freshly made food for you and all those kinds of services. But guess what? Every year tens of airplanes, they just crashed and people died. Nowadays, the airline services are awful. You don't even have enough space to sit in your seat. Yet, knock on the wood, the United States, for example, hasn't had a major aircraft crash since 2009. So when you are dealing with a service, what are you looking for? For example, with an aircraft, which one is your priority, number one priority? Is it the service that you receive from that aircraft, or is it being safe and safely reaching your destination? Obviously, if you have both, that's amazing. But if you want to prioritize, which one is your priority? So for people, their priority to hire an immigration consultant is to trust that immigration consultant. And part of the trust comes from your knowledge. If you know the answers to their questions, then they will trust you. So keep yourself up to date, because it's if they go to your session and you cannot answer their questions, or you imagine answers, because unfortunately this happens from time to time, that will basically destroys the trust and you lose your clients. So that would be number one reason that you want to build trust and get customers. But there's also another reason. When you know new things, you can come up with opportunities for making money. I mean, if you know that something is happening in the market, so for example, when they introduced the new measures for people from Hong Kong, I was one of the first people that um, introduced that, and I studied that. And guess what? I got clients from Hong Kong. And it's so difficult for a Persian guy to get clients from Hong Kong. So knowledge can make you money, because people will find you based on how you shown that you are able to represent them. Okay. So I'm not saying you need to keep up to date because CICC wants you so, or because of anything else. I want to be very practical about this. Now, in terms of approaching people, how to get clients, let me be frank with you. I mean, you probably are familiar with settler.ca. It's probably one of the top 5 websites when it comes to immigration to Canada. Pretty much if you search anything about immigration to Canada in English, my website is in most cases on the first page of Google. But that's the but part. 90% of my clients, and I'm not exaggerating, 90% of my clients come from referral. It doesn't matter how many thousands of visits I have per day to our website. 90% of my clients are coming from referral. So you may ask, are you crazy why you have that website? That website is just to show my friends, my family, my fans, my former clients that I'm still in business. Believe it or not, the number one reason for that website is not to get new clients, is to show signals to the existing potential referral sources that I'm still in the business. So referral is the most important part of your business. So part of the referral is based on the relationships that you already have. So obviously, some of you used to work in another environment and you may have some friends or colleagues from that work environment. You have friends and family members that they want to sponsor somebody, they want to help their family to come to Canada, etc., etc. You know, one of the most awkward referrals that I've ever received, I was in the public washroom, and the guy next to me is a criminal lawyer. And while we are doing our business, this guy tells me that, oh, I have a family my wife's sister is Australian and he wants to move to Canada. Can you help him? So help her actually. So you get referrals in the most awkward places that you can imagine. If people know that you are in the business of immigration, now that lawyer is my neighbor, so he knew that I was in the field of immigration and he knows. But at the end of the day, you receive your business at least for most of us, we receive our business mostly from referrals. Now, when it comes to former clients, what happens is that the progress of their application with you. So from day one that they approach you as a prospect to the time, I mean, we'll talk about the client experience in the next slide. But from day one that they approach you to the time that they have the final decision on their application, how you treat them will make them loyal to you. And in the future, if they have another friend, friend or family who wants to immigrate to Canada, they will refer you. Look, one of my friends who happens to be a close friend, her friend is also an immigration consultant. And actually, his firm is way larger than my firm. And they are also closer to each other. They go to cruise ships together. They go to their home constantly. And my friendship with her is limited comparing to him. But guess what? When it comes to referrals, she always refers people to me, not to him. Because she says, I trust you. I do not trust him as a professional. So you also need to create that image for yourself among your friends, among family members. They must understand that you are a trustworthy person. So every single post that I place on Facebook is actually deliberate to show my friends or my network on Facebook that you can trust me. Okay, so you need to build that relationship with your friends and family members, that they consider you as a trustworthy immigration consultant. I can give you another example. If you live in Toronto area, you probably know at least 10 people who are real estate agents. Yeah, it's the most popular profession in our region. We have, I think the last time I checked, we have around 50,000 real estate agents in Toronto. So obviously, I also do have many friends that they are real estate agents. But when it comes to referrals, if somebody comes to me and says, oh, can you help me with finding a real estate agent? There are only one person that I will introduce them to. Because over the years, she has proven to me that she's a trustworthy person. And I'm not making a single cent from those referrals. It's just that she convinced me that she deserves to receive referrals. Despite the fact that one of my best friends is a real estate agent, I still refer to that person. So build that trust with your friends. Build that trust with your family members. And remember, they don't, because you are an immigration consultant, they don't know. I mean, one of my friends just called me a few days ago to ask me a bunch of questions about his sister. And while he was asking me those questions, I told him that, yeah, I also do represent clients to Immigration Refugee Board for refugee applications. And said, oh, really? I didn't know that. So imagine he knows me for the past probably 10 years. And despite that, he didn't know that I do refugee work as well. So you need to say that openly to your friends, and maybe you just bring this up that, oh, by the way, I was working on this work permit application and this happened and that happened. And then somebody in the group will say, oh, you do work permits? And guess what? Now they are hooked and you get clients from them. Okay, so be open and proud about your business. Talk about it with your friends and family members. Don't be direct. Nobody likes people that they go to them and say, can you refer clients to me? But indirectly show them that you can do the job. And if they find that out, then they will approach you. Okay, so referrals is number one on the list. Now, volunteering. I will explain to you some of the opportunities that I received by volunteering. So I actually approached a women's shelter in Sarnia, Ontario. And this women's shelter, they at the time, they were facing many complaints for caregivers that they were abused by their employers in Canada, and they were looking for, offering them some services, helping them. And you probably know that the government had to completely change the way that we deal with living caregiver program. But at that time, unfortunately, many of the living caregivers, they were subject to abuse. So I told them this. I said, you know what? I will come to your office once a month, and I will stay there the whole day. And whoever has any issues with immigration, I will happily do this for you for free. And I must be honest with you, I didn't do this because of making money, because I felt that these women deserve to be to understand their rights and to understand their options. So that was the initial idea. I said, okay, I will come there. And I say, oh, that's amazing. But then guess what? Something funny happened. They didn't have enough number of people to come to my sessions. So they started promoting this in Sarnia. And at the time, we didn't have any immigration consultants in Sarnia area. So they started promoting this, that, oh, every, I don't remember when it was. So let's say every first Tuesday of every month. So the first Tuesday of every month, we have an immigration consultant on board. If you have any questions, come over here and ask your questions. So the people that actually came to my sessions, majority of them, they were not living caregivers, but they were people with different immigration needs. And interestingly enough, they hired me. So some of those people, they actually hired me and they paid me money for my services. So volunteering could have a win-win situation for you, both in terms of expanding your business and also offering your services. Now, when it comes to volunteering, I used to go to different settlement organizations, offer my services in different ways, because there are really people in need that they need somebody to offer them free services. They don't have money. And so you can do pro bono work, but on the side, you also build trust. And by building trust, you receive referrals from those organizations. So it's kind of a win-win situation. I'm a pro volunteership. Nowadays that we have expanded, the situation is different. For those of you who don't know, we are actually the sponsor of a program called City Special. This was an initiative between Toronto Alliance for Performing Arts and TD Bank, but TD decided to back off and we took over. So what we do, we offer free dance, theater, and opera tickets to newcomers in Canada. So we fund that with the help of those dance companies and opera companies and theater companies. And we worked with 40 different agencies in Toronto to make that happen. So now I don't actually personally go to those organizations to offer my services, but we finance the issuance of those tickets. And it still keeps going as a positive thing for me. I don't think if I ever have received any clients though, we just do it. So in terms of website, as I mentioned, website could show who you are, what you do, the services, the kind of services that you're offering. It could also create some landing pages for you. So landing pages are important because if you are going to promote yourself on, for example, Google or other systems of promotion, then you need to take your clients to those landing pages. And I want to show you one landing page here. So if you go to our website, and again, I learned this from Rogers, believe it or not. So if you go to our website, you see that on top of the website, there are two red ribbons. So one of them is exclusive offer for international students. The other one is for US citizens. So if you click any of those, it doesn't matter which one because the format is the same. So you see there is a page. On top of the page, there is a phone number. That is our company's phone number. And then here, as soon as you see this, it says fill out the form. So there is a simple form here that they can fill out. And we will receive that and they can talk to us. So, so basically, we have two different options of communication. One would be a form. The other one is a phone call. And we receive lots of phone calls just because of this. And then if you go, but again, remember, only 10% of my clients come from website and other sources. But still, it helps. So on top of that, as you can see here, we have simplified what are your options, for example, why to hire us. So very simple. You just want, again, their business. And of course, your page could be much better than this page. It's just that this is what crossed our minds to create that page. Now, if I go to another one, oh, you don't see this page. Sorry, now you see it. So I didn't notice that. So this is the phone number on the top left corner. Again, this is the button for filling out the form. If they click it, they see the form, they fill out the form. And just briefly explains that why we are the people that you need to hire, where we are located. So if they really want to learn more, they can. But the basic part of this form is either filling out the form or calling us. The same thing is and with the international students. Again, if you look at this, again, the same format. You see the phone number, you see the form section, and also you see other stuff that they just promote us. Okay. So you can create those pages on your website, and then you can pay, for example, Google to promote those pages, and people go to those pages. And again, it depends on which market you are targeting. Now, we are targeting these two markets for a couple of reasons. For example, our second source of visits to our website is from the United States. So many of my readers are American citizens. So obviously, we want their business as well. And of course, for inside Canada, we have over 1 million international students. They want to become permanent resident eventually, or they need help with different kinds of applications. So that's why we're targeting them. For you, it could be different. You're not obliged to target the same market that I do. Okay. So a website could also help. And of course, social media. And by social media, you can, again, it's up to you. You can use Instagram, you can use TikTok, you can use other sources. So for example, on Instagram, my main target would be Iranian clientele or Farsi speaking clientele. But for example, on our website, it's mainly people who speak English or Spanish. These are the two major areas that we get clients from on our website. So again, it depends on where you are and who you are targeting. In terms of videos, they really can help. People are mostly visual. Actually, the most loyal visitors to our website, they're coming from YouTube. A typical visit from YouTube to our website, that person spends around 4 minutes on our website. So it shows that they are already interested in my services and they want to explore more on our website. So if you create videos, especially by videos, I'm looking at videos on YouTube, because YouTube videos are more detailed, and people connect with you, they feel more confident in your services, and they hire you. One of the funny things that I realized about my YouTube videos was when I went to the KPIC convention back in last May. When I went there, I was just went there as a regular immigration consultant, and something funny happened. By the end of that convention, I thought that I'm a celebrity, because people constantly approached me and say, "Hey Al, we're watching your videos." I say, "Oh, really?" I didn't make those videos for immigration consultants, but guess what? Other immigration consultants were watching that, and so many people approached me and talked to me just because of those videos. And it proved to me how important those videos are. And nowadays I'm very busy and I rarely produce any videos, but again, if you can create videos, do it. And many of my colleagues, they are much better than me in terms of their videos. I have seen some videos about Canada. They have more than 1 million visits. So imagine 1 million views, sorry. So if a video gets 1 million views, just think about how many potential customers you can get from that video. Okay, so if you can go in front of a camera and talk about different aspects of immigration, then by all means, you can have live sessions I usually do live sessions on YouTube, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on Instagram. So it's up to you. You can pick any of those. In terms of seminars and webinars, they actually work. Even if you have 10 people attending your webinar, you may get one client from those webinars. Because in those webinars, you are in an intimate environment that people interact with you. Now, in the past, webinars, they were not as good as seminars. Most of our, before COVID, most of our sessions, they were in person. But COVID changed everything. And since the pandemic, most of our sessions are actually webinars. So whether they are training sessions but before that, we had actually, we did quite a lot of seminars in person. But nowadays, most of my sessions are online.
Sorry, Al, I have a question. Can we make it contents? For example, a webinar or other videos or something else, and then can we charge people I mean, can we sell it?
Yeah, why not?
Is that okay in terms of the regulations or the other things?
Yeah, because videos are not considered offering official advice. Videos are considered training. And you need to also add that disclaimer that this is not official advice. This is just for training purposes. And when it comes to training, you can actually do that. Ayas showed me something very interesting. Somebody had posted a video about Canada on one of these platforms that you need to subscribe to watch the videos. And I don't remember what platform it was. It was very similar to the LinkedIn, because LinkedIn has something for training, but it wasn't LinkedIn. It was something else. And that guy had, I think they had like, I don't remember how many, but I think 1,000, 2,000 views of that video. And for each view, you had to pay like $10 or something. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a huge number. I mean, I thought, wow, that's amazing. I think we calculated that the person who made that video probably made like $7,000 out of that video. And I think it was a video about work permit or something. So no, by all means, if you can create, in fact, if you are become a YouTube partner, you can make money off YouTube partnership. I receive a check pretty much every month from YouTube just because of my videos. And that's absolutely fine, because those videos are training videos. They are not considered official advice. No reasonable person will consider them official advice. So even if you don't have that disclaimer, and somebody eventually files a complaint against you to CICC that I watched this video and I did this and I got a refusal, we have this concept of reasonable expectations. And everybody knows that when you watch a video, you cannot expect that video be an official advice. But to be on the safe side, it's a good idea if you also add a disclaimer to your videos. Yeah.
Thank you.
When I was doing my IRB training, because we had to do it separately, it wasn't like you guys. When I was doing my IRB training, I got acquainted with one of my colleagues. She's from Nigeria. And she actually, whenever she posts a video online, she receives like at least 10, 20,000 views on that video. And she, I think, has like 70,000 followers on YouTube. So some of our colleagues are actually making good money off their videos on YouTube, even without getting clients. So why not?
Actually, I have 82, 83K followers on Instagram.
Here we go. You see?
Yeah.
So sometimes you could even make money off those training or off those videos. And again, as I mentioned, I like videos because videos create this trust between you and your audience. When I was when COVID-19 hit, we were stuck at home. We didn't know what to do. So I started, and TikTok was fairly new at the time. I started posting videos on TikTok, and one of my videos got 800 something thousand views, and suddenly in a matter of a couple of weeks I had 25,000 followers on TikTok. But I got very tired of posting on TikTok and I stopped it. Maybe I made a mistake, but if I had continued posting on TikTok, I probably nowadays I had like at least 300, 400,000 followers. So if you are good in producing videos, by all means, please do them. If you can do seminars and webinars, by all means, do them. In terms of local publications, so a few years back, I approached a local publication in Richmond Hill area. And I told them that I want to post articles here and also advertise. So we came up with a package. So they told me, I think at the time, they told me to pay them $200 per magazine. And I had half an hour of writing something, and then another quarter page that they posted my ad. So I had both the ad and the article. And after a while, they really liked my articles, and they had publications being published in Markham and I think another place, I don't remember where, I think in Vaughan and Markham. And they said, we won't charge you anything, but allow us to post your articles in those publications as well. I said, okay, of course, this is promotional. Why should I say no? So that relationship continued for 1 year or so. I don't remember for how many years. But anyways, we moved to Toronto. But I received phone calls. Even 4 years after I stopped, I received phone calls because of those articles. So if you can build a relationship with local publications, local schools, local businesses, by all means do that, because that really helps you. And I talked about community centers and how we can build relationship with them, partly by volunteering, but you could also use community centers for running your seminars and use their facility to promote your business. It's not just as a tool for volunteering. Maybe you can put your poster on your community center, or maybe you can introduce yourself on their bulletin board. Whatever can help you to let people, local people that you're around, you're just their neighbor and they can call you and ask for help. Now, there are so many immigration consultants in any major city, and they are distributed all over the place. And the chances that you are the only person in that community are low. But guess what? If you don't promote yourself, somebody else will promote themselves. So don't miss that opportunity. And of course, in terms of ethnicity, you probably know it better than me. Whether we like it or we don't like it, majority of our clients come from an ethnicity that we are comfortable with. And we are from that ethnicity. So those people will approach you. So you need to build on that. Okay. So, for example, I don't know, the Israelis of Toronto. I'm pretty sure they do have organizations that those organizations, like I did actually a speech at Lubavitch Center on Bathurst. And guess what? Like 50 people attended. Okay, now that speech was not for immigration, it was for Heart and Stroke Foundation, before, believe it or not. but still, I managed to do it. So you can go to those community centers. You can approach those organizations that support your background and talk to people and see how you can collaborate with them. Sometimes you'll be surprised. For example, they approached us, and so I approached the community center, or I approached an ethnic group, and I told them, okay, how can I help? And they said, oh, next week or next month, we are actually running a lunch event, and could you provide us with, for example, dessert? Of course, why not? So you spend a few $100, you provide them with dessert, and they also appreciate you at the event and say, okay, such and such immigration consultant provide us with dessert. If you have any questions, he's over here or she's over here, or this is their website or phone number or whatever. Or sometimes they allow you to post your banner over there. We actually, in the past, we have sponsored many cultural events, not just for Iranians, for many other groups of people. And they sometimes, some of the cultural events that we supported, they were significant. For example, we sponsored a movie, kind of, it was very similar to TIFF, but for Hispanic community. And we suddenly became the major sponsor of that event. And they gave us this booth that we could talk to people. They had our banners all over, and they even showed our ads before the movies. So you can do that by approaching different. Now, again, your comfort zone is probably your own community, but you can go beyond that and also contact with other communities and see if you can support them. So getting clients directly from those events are not that likely. So don't build high hopes that you will get a lot of clients just by sponsoring an event. But they really help you with building an image. So remember that marketing efforts are in two different areas. One is because you want to get customers. The other one is because you want to build your brand. And definitely sponsorship can build your brand. It may not get you customers, but it can get you a brand. Yeah, think about McDonald's. So why McDonald's spends so much money on billboards? Do you really see a billboard and say, oh, now I feel hungry, I need to go to McDonald's and buy a sandwich, whatever they are promoting? It could happen. I'm not denying it. It rarely happens. But generally speaking, that billboard is up there because they want to keep their brand alive. So the next time that you really feel hungry, one of the options that you will think of will be McDonald's. So do the same thing by being constantly active in your own community, because that will build your brand. Now, this is my favorite topic. Actually, let me see, what was the name of the book that the first time that I read that book? Um, hmm. Hmm. Okay, so it's called Blue Ocean Strategy, and it's by W. Chan Kim. So let me write down this name here. W. If you want, after I'm talking about blue ocean strategy, if you really like to know more, you can read this book. That's the first time that I was actually was exposed to this. It's an amazing book. But if you are more interested, even great universities such as Cambridge University, they actually teach blue ocean strategy. So with blue ocean strategy, by the way, this text, you see this text? This is not mine. I asked GPT, ChatGPT, to come up with some guidelines for somebody who wants to do a consultation firm in Canada to use blue strategy. And this is exactly the wording of ChatGPT. Now, if you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's an artificial intelligence tool by OpenAI. So this is not my words, but it was fine. I didn't change a single word on this. So what is blue ocean strategy? Blue ocean strategy pretty much says, don't think about your competition. Think about opportunities. So instead of, because if we think about competition, we go crazy. I give you an example. When I started, some of my students approached me and they said, would you be open to offer us mentorship sessions? And the very first thing that crosses your mind is that if I offer mentorship sessions, this means that I will create competition for myself, because now somebody will know what I do know. Because those mentorship sessions means that you have to say things that you normally don't say openly. But then I thought to myself, that no, because if I no, I shouldn't be worried, because if I focus on competition, then I won't succeed. If I don't share the information that I know, they will probably find it somewhere else. It's not that the world has opened this opportunity to Al Parsai alone. It's available to everybody. So instead of being stingy, let's share that. But interestingly enough, when I started mentorship sessions, it was just more of a collaboration with some of my former students, but it turned into actually a source of income for me. And I never thought about that. I honestly initially, I never had that thought that I can actually make money off offering mentorship sessions. But now I have several mentees and we work together on different projects. And not only I offer mentorship sessions to them, we also co-counsel. So that's a blue ocean approach. So a blue ocean approach is to tap into new opportunities without focusing on competition. So let the competition do their job. Because if you become free from worrisome about your competition, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that people need to be fools and forget the fact that there are 12,000 other immigration consultants out there. I'm not a fool, and I don't want you to be that person. Obviously, you have competition. What I'm trying to say is that do your job the best way that you can without focusing much on your competition. And if you do that, you are a blue strategy organization, and you will grow. You will surprisingly grow in such a ways that other people cannot grow. And again, one of the other things that I did a few years back, and actually partly I was fortunate because when I started my business was in a very small town. It was in Chatham, Ontario. And for those of you who do not know where Chatham is, it's in southwestern Ontario. The population is only 43,000 people. The whole Chatham-Kent area is only 102,000 people. So I was there, the only immigration consultant there. And if somebody needed services, they had no choice but to go to me. So guess what? Even from the get-go, I had clients from Spain, from Ukraine, from other countries. So that's how I managed to get more clients. So it wasn't by design; it just happened. But that culture continued because I thought that why should I limit myself to my own community only? I should also approach other people and see if I can offer my services to them. And that's a blue ocean approach, because you try to get clients from the areas that a typical immigration consultant doesn't get. Okay. Was I successful? I don't know. I mean, there are some firms that are way more successful than me. I didn't invent this. I don't get credit for that. Again, I must say it just happened naturally for me because I was living in a small community and I was exposed to different people, or let's put it this way, different people had no choice but to hire me, because other than, of course, going to other cities. So here, as it says, as my friend GPT says, and it's, by the way, it's written by GPT-4, the latest version. So it says incorporating blue ocean strategies into a consulting firm in Canada involves identifying untapped markets, creating value, innovation, and differentiating your services from the competition. Here are some steps to help apply blue ocean strategies to your consulting firm. I used to say this to my students when I at the time that we taught at Ashton College. I used to say, and I probably said that a couple of times at Queen's University, but I say we are like zebras. So we want to think that we are a different zebra, but guess what? From a consumer point of view, we look exactly the same. So somehow you need to add those yellow stripes to your skin. Because as soon as you do, then you are different. And that's the whole idea behind a blue ocean strategy. You need to define yourself. You need to create your character for your clients. Now, that character could be this go-getter immigration consultant. That character could be this caring person. That character could be this person that is available 7 days a week, 24 hours. I don't know what that character is. You define it. But here are a couple of, actually, I think 7 steps that GPT suggests. So the first one is assess the current market landscape. So analyze the consulting industry in Canada and identify the prevalent competition factors. Understand the needs and pain points of existing and potential clients. This will help you identify gaps and opportunities in the market. Talk to people. Don't make assumptions about your customers. Ask them what they want. Okay. When I was doing my Master of Psychology, I had to do practicum at a hospital, and I had an amazing supervisor. She always used to tell me, listen to your client, not just their words, what they really want from you. And you'll be surprised that what they want is not what you think they want. So sometimes we think they want a cheaper service, and they are saying that out loud, that they want a cheaper service. But what they really want is somebody who is a companion, a trustworthy companion. So ask them what they really want. Do surveys, get in touch with your clients, and ask questions, many questions. And then those questions will help you find what they really want and try to offer them that. Yes, Troting.
Yes, Al. When it comes to helping out clients like that, most of the clients I find, when it comes to business, like visitor visas and student visas and all that, they tend to want you to hold their hand and guide them right throughout the way.
Mhm.
Is that, like, there's a very fine line as to consulting and assisting them and holding their hands and doing every
Mhm.
single thing.
Mhm.
So where do you draw the line when it comes to things like that? Where do you
And that's a very quick question. You need to actually define boundaries. So some clients, they do not understand boundaries. So eventually you need to draw those boundaries. So part of the boundary is built with the help of your service agreement. On the service agreement, you mention what kind of services you are offering, but you also sometimes you need to respectfully deny some of the requests from your clients, because that's outside the boundaries. You know, I had a very good mentor for my immigration services when I started. And my mentor used to tell me that I shut down I actually closed my cell phone on Saturdays and Sundays. Now, his business model was different. He's located in very close to the border. Majority of his clients, they were just walking clients. And most of the situations he dealt with was border issues rather than actual um, offering immigration process services. But at the end of the day, he was very blunt with his potential clients or his existing clients that, look, I have a family, I need to take care of my family, and I cannot offer my services on weekends or outside my working hours. Did he lose clients? No. He was actually, his office was always packed with people because he provided his services professionally. He quite understood the needs of his clients, and he was very knowledgeable in his field. So again, his blue ocean approach was his knowledge, his professionalism, his ability to do things that people couldn't do, not his availability over the weekend. So that's your choice, which one you want to pick, you know. And also, it also comes from the culture of your clients. You need to see what would be the typical expectation in the area that you're offering your services. You also need to look at that. So Jason says, I suggested to one of our classmates to use ChatGPT to create articles on LinkedIn for his immigration services. They have been producing 3 articles a week, which have enabled them to gain a number of following. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, we have to be very careful in overdoing it. But I actually recently published an article with ChatGPT. It was for a very long time, I really wanted to write something about Vavilov and then eventually, and Vavilov is not the job of an immigration consultant. It's the job of a lawyer. So I'm not in the position to write a commentary about Vavilov. So I thought that what if I asked GPT to write about this? So I approached ChatGPT and I said, okay, tell me what you know about Vavilov. And then it wrote something and I said, okay, what you have written, it lacks information about deference, because many of my audience, they don't know deference. So add deference to that. So it corrected that. And then I eventually ended up making some changes to the text and adding a couple of sections. And now guess what? It's on our website. But I normally prefer to write it myself, with the exception of what you see here. So identify potential blue oceans. So again, explore new markets. Remember, right now we are in an era that about 2 million temporary residents are in Canada. This was never heard of. Just think about that. The number of temporary residents inside Canada amounts to more than 5% of the Canadian population. And that's business for you. Just think about that. 67% of international students who came to Canada, they reported that they want to become permanent residents. 67%. So we have probably we have right now around 1 million international students in Canada. And if you were looking at that, we are talking about 670,000. So let's say 600,000 international students who want to become permanent residents in Canada. So even if each of them are willing to spend an average of $2,000 on their permanent residency, if you multiply that 600,000 by 2,000, how much money we're looking at? We are looking at a market size of $1.2 billion. How much of that you need to survive? How much of that you need to become a successful immigration consultant? So why are you sitting instead of going to schools and running seminars for international students? What is preventing you from, I don't know, booking a room in your local college and go there and promote yourself that I'm available every Wednesday during lunchtime to answer any immigration questions you have? What is preventing you? That's a blue ocean approach. You suddenly find a market and then you approach that market. Now, let me tell you this. Sometimes you test 10 markets and 9 of them fail. And I've done this before. I have tried so many different things that they failed. But guess what? The only one that does not fail, it builds you a prosperous business that is very successful and makes you a living, and even it turns you into a person who creates job opportunities for others. The same thing with foreign workers. So we have over 1 million foreign workers right now in Canada. Now, we're not just talking about international students becoming permanent residents or foreign workers becoming permanent residents. Some of these foreign workers, they want to extend their work permits. They want to bring their spouse or common law partner to stay with them. They want to apply for a study permit for their nephew or niece. So if you have those foreign workers under your belt and they trust you, you make money off them, not just to offer them services to become permanent residents, but also to offer them services in other areas. Back in 2017, a majority of my clients, they were permanent resident clients. And then I started off this IMPC 11 thing. At the time, if somebody was an entrepreneur, they wanted to come to Canada and they wanted to secure a work permit, the option on the table was owner-operators. Yeah, and that was an LMIA-based application. You didn't need to apply you didn't need to do recruitment services, those kind of things. So almost all my colleagues, they went after owner operator. Guess what? I decided to go in the opposite direction. Now, by sheer chance, I don't want to bore you with the details, but I wanted to go in the different direction, which was an LMIA exempt approach, which was IMPC 11. And I had to teach that to my clients because the concept was so new that people suspected this is not going to work. I have a client from Colombia that jokingly, she calls it the Parsai method instead of IMPC 11. Because I had to teach them what this is, and then they started teaching their friends what this is. Guess what? In 2018, and I have the official statistics, in 2018, about 10% of all the IMPC 11 applicants, they were my clients in the world. Just think about it for a second. Let's this sink in. 10%. So we had, like, at the time we had at least 4,000 or 5,000 immigration consultants and another 4,000 or 5,000 immigration lawyers. So out of those probably 5,000 to 10,000 competition, they had 90% of the market, and my firm had 10% of the market. Of course, that changed. It turned to a red ocean from a blue ocean because now everybody realized that, oh, this is a great opportunity, let's do it. So that's not the case anymore. Don't get me wrong. I'm not even 0.5% of the market anymore. I'm not even 0.1% of the market anymore. But at that time, I managed to come up with something. But that was the initial idea that, okay, we help people to get their work permits and as entrepreneurs to come to Canada. But then something funny happened. Those people came to Canada. Now they wanted to extend their work permit applications. They wanted to bring their spouse or children. They wanted to become permanent residents. So suddenly I went into a realm that didn't exist for me. And my business model completely changed just because of entering a new area that it wasn't common. And you can find those uncommon areas. You can. It's sitting somewhere. All of us are ignoring it because we don't know it exists. But if we think hard enough, we will find it. And by finding it, we will tap into it. And by tapping into it, you can make a source of income that nobody else has thought about that. And then, other people will follow you, and maybe you can go with the next project. It's just like the idea between apply board. I didn't think about apply board. I could do that. And they are billionaires right now. Interestingly enough, these guys are three Iranian Canadians. Initially, they wanted to start the business in Canada. They didn't succeed. They took it to Silicon Valley, and now they are multi-billionaires. So the opportunity is out there. Just you need to find it. Okay. And then again, they do exist. I'm not just coming up with value innovation. So develop innovative solutions that cater the unmet needs of clients in these new markets or subsegments. So sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it doesn't. For example, a few years back, I thought people want to issue invitation letters for their loved ones to come to Canada. So guess what? We developed a program, online program, that you could go there and you answered a few questions. And then you paid, I think you paid $10. And then eventually you received an invitation letter for your loved ones. As simple as that. For $10, you could do that. It failed. Okay. So we probably spent over $1,000 or $2,000 on developing that. And we probably made like $50. And eventually I removed it from our website. But I tried. So why not? Try it. Maybe you try it and you succeed. Okay. So because other people didn't do it, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. Do it. You know, when I started my business, we didn't charge for consultation fee. And I dare to say that I'm charging $200 for half an hour of consultation. Guess what? People are paying me for that. So it makes money. It actually makes good money. I must be honest with you. So sometimes we enter areas that people don't think is possible, but you enter it and you realize that it's a possibility to make money. So think about innovation constantly, and you will come up with something that I don't know, something that none of the other people who are in this room, they know. You will find it and you make it happen. And the next time we say, oh, look, Kate come up with this idea. Now she's a billionaire and none of us are. You know, you never know. You can be the next person. And of course, it makes sense because it helps people. Look, we as immigration consultants, we ease the pain of people. Look, if a couple of weeks ago, a desperate lady, she's originally from Bangladesh. She approached me and said, my children have lost their status in Canada. I have applied for a temporary resident permit. I don't have a response from the government yet. I don't want to know what to do because I have received an invitation to apply through Ontario, but my kids are inadmissible to Canada. What should I do? I said, okay. Just take them out of Canada and come back. Do you have visas to Canada? He said, yeah, we actually even do have a visa to the United States. I said, okay, take your kids to the States and then come back and their status are renewed because they have not received a removal order or anything. She said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah, I guess so." So I did. So initially, I thought that so she did the TRP, by the way, because somebody else got her money and said TRP because they thought that TRP makes them more money. So they convinced her to do TRP. Because for me, by the way, I charge for a typical TRP, I charge anywhere between $3,500 to $5,000. So I had to choose between this TRP and just live in Canada and come back. And guess what? That was in the best interest of my client. I said, do that. She went to the United States. I gave her for free. I gave her my WhatsApp number. And I said, if something happens, I want these children to be safe coming back home. So be in touch with me. She was in touch with me all the time. They came back to Canada. The officer had no objection. They renewed the status of children. And then after 1 week or less than 1 week, after 4 or 5 days, she approached me and said, you know what? You changed my life. That's why I'm going to hire you for my OINP application. Now I signed a $5,000 agreement with her. Actually, 4,000. Who counts? Okay. So think about what you can do with areas that normally people don't think of. And for me, offering consultation for fee suddenly turned into a new source of income and also a new way to help people to save themselves from trouble. So again, strive to offer services that provide both superior value and affordability. Now, I have this, if you read the book, it talks about it. You'll be surprised to know that by enhancing your productivity, you can reduce your cost. And by reducing the cost, you can reduce the cost of your services. So your client is happy, yet you keep your profit margin. So these are the things that you need to constantly do at your end to see what kind of service, what kind of technologies you can use. So a simple technology would be, for example, templates for Gmail emails. So I use a lot of templates, and those templates allow me to answer several emails in 1 hour. This means that I can do several things myself without hiring another person to do it for me. And because I'm not hiring another person, we have reduced our workforce by 1 person per year. And that 1 person per year means at least $50,000 savings. And that $50,000 savings will directly go in our pocket and indirectly to our client's pocket. Yeah. And by the way, I have the habit of talking a lot about my business. It doesn't mean that I'm awesome. I'm not. We make a lot of mistakes. So don't for a second think I'm trying to say how good I am or how good we are. It's just that this is the only thing that I have to share with you. I don't know about others. So it's not about saying that's how good I am. So build a compelling brand and messaging. Again, think about your strengths. You remember that I said, try to focus on your strength and build on that. And that will really help you with this. And then partnership, we will talk about partnership today and continuously evolve and adapt. Again, we talked about educating yourself, keeping up to date, knowing what's happening in the market. Sign up to Google Alerts. Google will send you emails every morning with the latest news about immigration. So I have signed up to Google Alerts. You go on Google Alerts and you say what kind of information you want to receive about. For example, I put CBSA, IRCC, work permits, study permits, those kind of things. Sometimes the alerts that you receive are irrelevant, but majority of them are really good. And then you'll go through them and see if there is an opportunity for you. So you can keep up to date just by spending like 2 minutes on Google Alerts every morning. And then again, remember, blue ocean strategies are about creating new market spaces rather than competing head to head with established rivals. So if I try to, again, I'm not against, don't get me wrong, I'm not against the routine. I, I personally, 80% of my business is routine. It's exactly what other people do. So I'm with that 80%, and maybe more than 80%, 90%. 90% of what I'm doing, I'm the same zebra like anybody else. But at least for 10%, 20% of my business, I show those yellow stripes. So I'm not against doing whatever other people are doing. We have to do it. But if you focus too much on those things, then you are entering this vicious circle of trying to reducing your prices, trying to do weird things like offering your, I don't know, recruitment services for a fee and those kind of things. So think about it this way. Okay. It was supposed to be more interactive. Yeah, don't miss ChatGPT. It's fun.
Your thoughts are better than our thoughts for sure.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so client journey. So I wasn't quite sure what you want to know about client journey. So if I'm wrong about what I have posted here, please ask me questions and I will enhance it. But generally speaking, of course, we start off with a prospect. Now, the prospect, the intake process could be through several different avenues. So every morning that I wake up, somebody leaves me a message on WhatsApp, a friend or family, or texts me and says, I have somebody that I want to introduce that person to. So that could happen from your friends, from your family, from your previous customers that they send you emails, text messages, WhatsApp messages, whatever. They can contact you and they ask for your services. Or you could promote initial consultation, and then you somebody comes and sign a consultation with you. Nowadays, I think even for free consultation, initial consultation, you need to sign an agreement. So for the agreement, I use Google Forms. It's such an amazing tool. Let me see if I can show it to you. Why did it go away? Okay, so let me share this with you. So this is what I did. I created an initial consultation agreement. And then what you see here is based on CICC requirements under Code of Professional Ethics. I basically copy pasted whatever they said it needs to be on the form. So you include the email of the person, the general agreements, who you are, their phone number, etc. You're a member of CICC, those kind of things, their personal information, and then how much they are paying. And also briefly explaining why they are hiring you, those kind of things. And then what happens is that as soon as somebody basically contacts you that wants to book a consultation session, you put you click this send thing, and then you put their email here, and you click this include form in email, click send, and then it will send it to them as an email. So they receive an email from you, which that email includes a form, and then they fill out the form, and then as soon as they click the send button, you receive that form. So you already have a signed, and that I also created a field that says enter your name, and by entering your name, it means that you are signing this form. So you already have that. It's convenient, and you can easily keep that. You can easily update it. I even said that in front of Michael, who's the head of the, where is it? The disciplinary committee of CICC. He didn't object to it, so I think it's okay. Okay, there you go. So that would be the first step, which is the intake. So whether it is based on. So what I also what I do for my clients. So before we sign a retainer agreement, in 95% of the cases. Now, some cases it doesn't happen because it's so straightforward, but in 95% of the cases, we send them a proposal by email. So even before they sign their service agreement, we send them a proposal in writing. On that proposal, we explain the scope of the services they are going to receive, how much we're charging, how much are the potential disbursements, and how we expect to be paid. And then by the end few paragraphs of the thing is introducing our services, my license, etc., and also what kind of documents they need to share with us for signing the retainer agreement. And we document that on the prospects folder for future references. Because if they say that, oh, you just sent me the retainer agreement and I didn't see the content of that and I just signed it, it could be trouble. But if you have sent them a proposal up front in writing, and then they send their documents for the retainer agreement, they cannot deny that they knew what they are up to. Okay, so that will protect you. Yes, Masha.
So I have a question. How do you differentiate between just the chat eligibility of the client and the consultation? For instance, if you remember, like at the school time, I had a couple of leads. I asked who can I refer to, so I got a couple of names, and I emailed them, "Hi, like I have someone who is looking for an RCIC. Can you take this client?" They said, "Yes, sure. They can book a meeting with me, like for $100 to $300." And my basic question is, like, before you charge, before you come, like, how about like some like qualifying the client?
Well,
Maybe,
that's a gray area, to be honest with you.
maybe you can end it in 2 sentences.
Yeah, because you know, initially with ICCRC, the idea was that if you charge for initial consultation, then you need to sign an agreement. When you don't charge, you don't sign. And I think it made sense because of the fact that what is initial consultation? Exactly what you asked. CICC changed their approach, and they said that even if you don't charge for initial consultation, you have to sign an agreement. So I think we could say that at the end of the day, maybe they mean, maybe, we're still waiting for that document that they explain these things. But maybe by initial consultation, they mean if you really sit with your client and have a session talking about the matter. Because if we want to expand it beyond that, it's crazy. If today I go on Nathan Flip Square and I hold a picket and I say I'm an immigration consultant, guess what? 20 people will be around me in less than half an hour, starting asking questions. So should I hand over consultation agreements to all of them? So I don't know the answer. So Shiha, what's your question?
And so the only thing I can think about is maybe the confidentiality, because they do share some personal information with you.
Of course. And I think when it comes to formal sittings of consultation, you definitely need to sign an agreement now, even if it's free. But if somebody suddenly sends you a message on WhatsApp, should you say that, oh, I'm not going to answer your question unless you sign an, you know? So there are some obviously gray areas that unless somebody files a complaint against somebody and then it goes to a court and that court makes a decision, it's too early to comment on those cases.
Thanks.
And you know what CICC thinks and what is right are two different things. We have to be careful with that, because yes, they are our regulator, but it doesn't mean that whatever they say, I have to abide by their rules. Sometimes I can disobey and I can challenge. That's a decision we have to make. Obviously, most of us, including myself, we don't want to have any conflicts with the regulator. So even if we object to what they are asking, we try to abide by their rules just to avoid conflicts. But some of us, they don't think that way, and they will fight eventually, and that fight will result into other outcomes. Yes, Shikha, go ahead.
What is your opinion on the initial consultation fee? Is it a good idea to have
Yes.
a fee
Oh.
as a newbie?
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask her.
That's the first part of my question. The
Mhm.
second part is, when did you actually start to have an initial consultation fee for yourself in your practice?
So that's a good question. For a newbie, it's a difficult decision that you need to make, because for a newbie, first you need to ask yourself, how qualified am I to be exposed to different kinds of scenarios? Because initial consultation is a scary environment. We don't really know what kind of questions people ask. And if I charge people for those questions, then either I will end up I don't know, imagining the answers, which is not ethical, and it could literally harm people. Or I may tell them that, oh, sorry, I don't know the answers to your questions. Then the question is that, why on earth you charge people for things that you didn't know? That's why when I started my own business, I offered free consultation. I never charged money. And I think it was year 4 or year 5 of my practice that I think it was year 4. I don't know, it was 4 or 5 years that I was practicing when I started. And I didn't charge this much. Initially, I charged only $50. And then gradually I increased that amount. So the amount and the way that you charge, I think it highly depends on your confidence. Because nowadays, I'm confident that I can pretty much answer all the questions that they ask me. Or even if I don't know the answer, I know I can almost immediately reach out to sources that I can share with my client. So I have reached that point to give me the confidence to charge for my consultations, charge significantly. Yes, Pratik.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Sivat.
Yes, my question
Okay.
was that I'm trying to wrap my head around your whole intake process. So initially, we first set any client through WhatsApp or email or through even word of mouth. If they come to you, you send them an eligibility form, just get their information, and then do the consultation, and then after that send the retainer. Is that the process? I'm trying to understand.
Not really. It's more complicated than that, because for example, let's say I have a client that client already is in Canada, and we applied for their study permit. That client approaches me and says, hey, I'm finishing my studies, I want to apply for PGWP, can you help me with that? So that is a pretty straightforward kind of situation, because first of all, majority of international students, they know how they qualify for PGWP. So maybe the only thing that I will do in that case, I will share my link about PGWP with them, and I ask them, do you think you qualify for this? So it could be as simple as that, because it's a pretty straightforward approach. But sometimes it's more complicated than that, because we are dealing with a complex case of a divorce, or I don't know, abuse or inadmissibility, or those kind of situations. That means that they definitely, so I've had cases that they filled out our assessment form and I said, I'm sorry, I cannot accept your case this way. You definitely need to have to pay that $220 to sit with me. I need to assess you before I give you any guidelines. So it depends on the source of intake and their expectations. If
So what,
somebody,
as a newbie, like all of us in this forum,
Mhm.
what should our intake process be? Should we, because we can't just bluntly give advice like you just mentioned without
Mhm.
knowing what their scenario is and
Mhm.
actually digging deep into it, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
There's so many pathways, so much. Like,
Mhm.
somebody calls me from Yellowknife and say, I want to apply for the skilled migrant program in
Mhm.
Yukon. I don't know that. I have to
Mhm.
actually research it. So
Mhm.
in such a case, or in a normal case, if I get a referral through a WhatsApp or an email or whatnot, first, what do? I send them a form asking their basic information, what they want to do, because you don't know whether it's a visitor visa or a spousal or
Mhm.
a student, right?
Mhm.
So what do you
Mhm.
do?
So it's a good idea. What you are
Mhm.
saying is a good idea. I would say that don't limit yourself to one option, because you are out there and exposed to so many different things. I mean, for me, immigration could be. Um, th- I had a client that literally New York Times wrote about my client. So sometimes you are exposed to that person. Sometimes you are simply extending a visitor status of a person in Canada. So you're just simply applying for a visitor record. So you cannot easily come up with an intake option that will cover
No, but
all these
even if it's
cases.
But even if it, for example, is a visitor record or
Mm,
that we are applying, or a visit visa from somebody
mm,
overseas, we need, as a consultant, as a new consultant, I need to know whether he has been refused to another country or not. I need to know whether what he's like the basics. Has he traveled to
mm,
Europe? Has he traveled to other areas or
mm,
developed countries, so that his
mm,
chances of success is more, right?
mhm,
And the amount of funds they have and things like that. Before
mhm,
digging deep into it, do I have like a like your Google form? Do I
mm,
create something very basic with
mm,
what category of thing you
mm,
want to apply for, and then do like a proposal, like my cost
mm,
and the government fees and all that
mm,
information after
mm,
that, and
mhm.
then send the retainer? Is that the route, or what do I do, or do I
Yeah.
have different things for different areas?
So my personal experience, we had a very comprehensive intake form on our website,
Mhm.
but we realized that it confused people. It was a very good, actually, it was an amazing. We spent hours of discussion, and we had several updates to that form. But then we realized that that confuses people. For intake, it's not a good idea if you ask many questions. And at the same time, people do not trust you initially. They really want that to have that interaction with you.
Mhm.
So we reduced our intake forms to very simple questions. And if you look at our website, you see that we have, I think, 4 or 5 forms, depending on what you have in mind. You fill
Mhm.
out one of those forms. Then when they fill out the forms, we use Salesforce. So the information goes directly to Salesforce. And then Salesforce has some tools to sort those forms, etc. But my situation is different, because we get a lot of forms every single day, so we cannot just go simply through all those forms. And then, based on the guidance of Salesforce, the first step is that our sales team will look at that.
Okay.
And then, if they find that the case is noteworthy, they will run it with me. And if it's a complex case, if it needs further investigation, that's
Mhm.
when they contact the person and say, okay, what do you mean by this, or what do you mean by that? And then if they realize that that involves with requiring consultation, they say, okay, you need to book a consultation session with Al. And then after consultation, we realized what would be the best step to move forward. But as I mentioned, sometimes it's a lot simpler than that. It's an existing client inside Canada. They came to Canada 4 months ago, and now they have decided to extend their stay in Canada for another 6 months. So for that, we are not even worried about those things because we already have those forms that you're talking about. We already know whether they were denied entry to another country or not. So we know all those answers. It's a simple um, signing an agreement with a client. But if it involves into complexities, or if you have questions because you don't know, it's a new client. When it's a new client, you also have questions. Then you need to definitely ask all those questions, because it's so embarrassing if we sign an agreement with a client and we realize that we didn't address some of the things, or we were not aware of some of the things. And now we are stuck in a situation that we need to. Now, sometimes they lie to us, and then we realize that that's a different story. But if they are truthful, what we fail to ask those questions, then it's really embarrassing, and it could even harm them.
So where do you draw the line? Like they will have trust issues to tell us
Mm,
at the
mm,
initial stage, this is how much of funds I
mm,
have to
mhm,
apply for a student or for a skilled
mm,
migration to show the
mm,
proof of funds.
mhm,
And also you want to know that your client,
mhm,
you're taking a client from overseas, from way back in India or somewhere,
mm,
only has $2,000. He's not going to get a study permit.
mhm.
He's not going to have enough funds to prove that he can get a study permit. So where do you draw the line? Like,
So look, the intake process is a lengthy, time-consuming process.
okay.
So it doesn't happen overnight. I mean, a typical intake process for us is about a month to 45 days.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes when a client initially approaches us, to the time that they sign the retainer agreement, it takes 4 or 5 months. I've had even cases that they signed the retainer agreement after 1 year of talking to us. So it's not as black or white that you are describing here. There is no line. The line is that to reach a point that I'm confident that I have enough information from my client that I can offer services, and my client is confident enough that they want to hire me. So even after the initial consultation, so the client pays me for half an hour of consultation. When we go through the consultation, even after the consultation session, I share with them several links. I ask them to read those articles or watch those videos or look at the government website before even they approach me. And when they approach me, even after the consultation session, for most of the clients, there are at least 5 to 10 email exchanges before we reach a point that I think I have the answers to all my questions, and they know that they really want to hire me.
No, but
So
if it's a skilled migrant or somebody like that, and they already have their masters and everything, if you start sharing websites and all that, won't it make them potential to do it on their own instead of coming to you?
no,
No?
no.
Okay.
Because if somebody doesn't want to hire you, no matter whether you share that information with them or don't, they won't hire you. If somebody wants to hire you, when you share information with them, it shows your transparency and not being
So you
afraid of.
share the government website, and if you go onto the CIC website,
Mm,
it says you can do this application on your
mm.
own and whatnot, and all that information, right? So then, aren't you losing
Look,
like a potential client? No.
no, we are making money because IRCC website sucks.
Okay. Okay.
Period.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
You know, when ICCRC was promoting themselves, they had a tour of the country. At the time, they were trying to defeat CSIC and replace it with ICCRC. And I attended one of those seminars, and there was this gentleman next to me, uh, and he said to me, you know how I get clients? And I said, how? He said, when they come to me, I said, look, you don't need to hire me. This is a CIC's website. Just go there and do it yourself. And he said to me that after 3 days, they call me and say, no, please take our case. So the reality is that if IRCC develops a good website with um, comprehensive answers, etc., we have no chance. Whether we hide it from our clients or we don't hide it from our clients, they will go to IRCC. But
Plus
we
the
have,
millions of YouTubers, right, who are just doing YouTube videos,
yeah,
who have been students themselves and all that. But
yeah. I mean, if you share information with people, it doesn't. When I started my website, people told me you are crazy because you are answering questions. So when you are answering questions, people won't hire you. And I said to them, look, if people don't want to hire me, regardless of whether I answer those questions or not, they won't hire me. At least let me share correct information with people. So I share correct information with people. Obviously, out of every 100,000 page views that I get, one person decides to hire me. So I'm losing 99,999 people. But at least I share correct information with people, or at least I do my best to share correct information. Not that my website doesn't have mistakes, but I do my best. No? Sivat, your question.
I just want to share my experience regarding because I'm a super newbie over here and they're answering for some question for Trotic for regarding those questions. I mean, having the initial consultation in person, it doesn't mean that we have to give them our exact. I mean, otherwise. First of all, when we having their intake from social media or email, people, can I ask you for a consultation or something like that? And from my perspective is we asking more question, what is your matter, or what do you want to talk about? If you see if there's nothing about you can help it, or is a matter of sending a link for something and it's done. And if the person asking me, I want to have a PR in Canada, then okay, please book their consultation, for example. And during a consultation, you have a what I heard from another other RCC experience with RCC. Initial consultation is just a conversation and having an estimation potential immigration perspective, but it doesn't mean necessary that person have all information even from themselves to have a proper evaluation of their situation.
Yeah.
And it's mean that they asking a question, we answering those estimation. If we don't have a answer, we can send the answer after the small report summary in email, for example.
Like an assessment report.
And their idea is another option is, I know if you all do this, if person approach you to have an exact evaluation of their situation, because consultation is just a conversation. And usually, correct me if I'm wrong, usually people don't have all paperwork on a hand to have correct points, even for language or something like that. And
I agree with you. And as I mentioned, majority of initial consultations, they do not offer all the answers, neither to the consultant nor to the applicant. Now, there are exceptions. That's in fact, you offer all the answers they need. But many of them, they do not end to that point because you really need to get more information from your clients. There are times that they send documents before the session. There are times that they send documents after the session. There are times that you need to have a second session with them. So it's not as easy as just saying, oh, there is this standard intake process. It doesn't exist, at least for me, doesn't exist. We need to go through several days and sometimes several weeks of going back and forth before we actually come to conclusion. Now, there are exceptions, obviously. There are times that somebody talks to me for 20 minutes and after that they want to hire me, and I'm also confident enough that I can take their case. but that will happen probably 1 in every 200 times. In other 199 times, it's a journey. It's not a simple, just 1 day or 2 day process. Now, I want to stop here because it's already 4:14 my time. We will continue this. There were 2 more, I think, 12, 13. Yeah, 2 more slides that I missed today, but I will talk about those 2 slides tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow we'll finish everything on time. Okay. Thank you very much. And I also recorded this session. So I'm going to stop recording right now. Let's see if it stopped recording. Yes.